First of all, thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoy this story, give it a like, leave a comment, and subscribe. Without further ado, enjoy the video. The number 10, a jersey that marks you as a standout player. One given only to the greatest geniuses of football. I, however, am none of that. I'm simply someone who refuses to give up. Not out of pride, but because I must stay on the field for those who support me and expect something from me. I have to keep being seen as a football genius so that everything I've been through will be worth it. Looking back to the past, we see Fiorentina's U17 team, the current team of our protagonist. He says he realized that a lie is like a snowball. It starts small and keeps growing until it spins out of control. Maybe, if he hadn't bragged at that moment, he wouldn't be under so much pressure now. Next, we rewind one day in time. Here we see him on the phone with someone, telling them he scored 3 goals. That person gets excited when they hear it, since it's the first time Li Yan has ever said that things are going well for him. But to himself, the young man admits it's a complete lie. He isn't even considered a substitute on the team. Next, he tells us that he joined Juventus's academy some time ago, and by chance, managed to get in. But shortly after, he was transferred to Fiorentina because of his struggles to adapt. Here at least, no one bothers him and they let him stay as a substitute without trouble. Maybe it's because they think he doesn't have the talent to aim higher, but it still feels good to be here. Then, the person he's talking to shouts at him to pay attention. Slightly annoyed, he tells her to calm down, thinking to himself that Kim Yi-woo, his only childhood friend, has always been loud. Back when he lived in Korea, she treated him like a younger brother and looked after him. She's annoying, but she's a friend he'd do anything for. She's also never lost touch with him, even after he moved to Italy. Lying to her feels wrong, but he doesn't want to seem pathetic in front of her. And besides, it's not like she could ever find out. Right then, she tells him she'll be coming to Italy soon. That news crushed the young man's confidence, and he immediately asked what the hell she was coming here for. She answered that it was because she had enrolled in a cooking school as an exchange student, and that's why she's going to Italy. More precisely, to Florence. Obviously, it's a great opportunity, so she won't waste it. Plus, she'll get to see her football genius in action. So, in 2 weeks, I'll see you, Li Jian. The news hit him so hard that he dropped his phone, wondering how the hell he's supposed to make the starting lineup in 2 weeks, when he can barely even manage to be a substitute in practice. Back in the present, someone calls out to him. It's the captain of the training scrimmage that's about to start, who tells Jian that his position is second striker and that the coach sent word for him to play however he wanted. The protagonist nods, thinking to himself that this instruction is always the same. Apparently, the coach doesn't want to waste time explaining plays in detail to a player he doesn't rely on. He goes on to explain that things are really tough for him. Right now, he's not part of the main squad of 20 players, and even if he somehow made it into that group, there's no guarantee he'd get to play, since 9 sit on the bench and only 5 ever come on as substitutes. Normally, he wouldn't care about being in the starting lineup, but now it's different. For the first time, he has a reason to push himself, and that reason is not becoming a joke to his best friend. For now, the goal is just to break into the main squad. Maybe now that he's motivated, he can manage to impress the coach a little. Besides, I'm the second striker. I can't walk off without scoring at least 1 goal. The match kicks off. Jian's team quickly puts the ball in play. Watching from a bit further back, he noticed that on a smaller pitch, the game moves much faster, so maybe he could... And without hesitation, he surged forward, calling for the ball. His teammate instantly passed it to him. Even though Jian hasn't played much, he had a clear read of the pitch and knew a defender would close him down soon. Thinking fast, he decided to fake left, but the moment the defender took the bait, he spun right, breaking free from his marker. As he pushed forward, he spotted a gap between the defenders about to close in on him, so he played the ball. For a split second, they followed its path, and Jian seized the chance to slip past them and get it back. The defender couldn't believe how that kid had gotten away, but by then, it was too late. With an epic strike from his right foot, the young Jian scored his first goal. Even though everyone celebrated, the protagonist didn't, because it still wasn't enough. What did strike him as odd was how everyone had moved exactly the way he wanted. Feeling more confident, he promised himself he'd score another. Later, the second quarter of the practice game came to an end. Looking up at the scoreboard, the young man noted he had scored 2 goals, which seemed fine, but he still felt it wasn't nearly enough to impress. At that moment, Coach Luca walked up to him and told him to take off the vest. Thinking it was just to switch him to the other side, the protagonist did so. But when he went to change sides, Luca stopped him and told him to step off the field. That was something Jian never expected at all. Switching scenes, Jian says that nothing was turning out the way he had planned. Why is he suddenly just a sub in the starting lineup? Honestly, after Coach Luca pulled me out of training, I never thought I'd be playing again. This is so sudden, I'm not sure I can handle the pressure. Then, the coach calls his name. Startled, he jumps to his feet like a soldier. Tony tells him to take it easy. Then, he apologizes for scaring him and asks if he can step in as the team's second striker without the vest. The protagonist can't understand why they're sending him in so soon, but since that's what he came for, he nods and heads off to warm up. Still, he's so nervous he ends up walking awkwardly. Coach Tony wonders if he'll be all right, recalling that a few days ago Luca told him about Jian's impressive performance in training. It was a pleasant surprise, but he knew he needed to handle it carefully so he wouldn't kill his motivation. After that, he asked Luca to keep an eye on him, but without letting Jian notice. Tony also recalls that 3 years ago, the young player impressed many top clubs with his talent. In the end, Juventus signed him, but not long after, they canceled his contract due to struggles adapting. As soon as I found out, I went after him. Even though he was in no condition to play a single match, I chose to bring him along and wait patiently until he reconnected with the game. Today might be that day. Even though he was stuck for 2 years, I never once doubted his potential. At last, the genius unaware of his own talent is about to take the step and reach the top of football. As the ball rolls, we can see that the starting second striker is struggling to attack. Jian notices it too, saying that it seems they'll only put him in so that the other guy doesn't get too worn out. Still, he has to find a way to perform better than Gino to get past the defenders. With his warm-up done, he wonders when he'll get in, but quickly stops worrying about that and focuses instead on analyzing what's happening on the field so he can show his best self. It's not hard for him to see that Gino is under man-to-man marking, so he constantly struggles to receive the ball, and when he finally does, another defender is already on him, making it even harder to advance. With that in mind, he puts himself in his teammate's place, realizing that if he plays at the same pace as Gino, he'll end up isolated too. That way, attacking becomes a bit harder, so the only option is to draw a defender. If he can do that, sooner or later, a chance for his team will open up. But I'm talking too much. If Gino, the starter, couldn't make it happen, then I probably won't either. Right then, he remembers how his mother used to push him to the limit, even when he was the best player on the field. That memory threw off all his focus, leaving him with the urge to throw up. The coach noticed what was going on, and sensing that the pressure was getting to him, he walked over and said, "Jean, your only job is to give the striker a break. Don't worry, just play your game." The protagonist quickly understood those words, though he couldn't help feeling disappointed at being seen as just an energy backup. Relieved, he told himself the pressure was gone, while the coach was glad to see him calm down. Then, he called the striker and asked for the long-awaited substitution. Before stepping in, the protagonist touched the grass, thinking that maybe his best friend would see him play a match with the first team. But that would only happen if he managed to impress the coach. After Jean came into the game, it carried on the same way. They could only pass the ball to each other because of the heavy pressure from the opposing defenders. He admits that his plan seemed simple from the outside, but putting it into practice during the game was another story. On top of that, he's not sure if he can actually make the defender follow him. Then the defender says to him, "I thought that when they took Gino out, they'd bring in a sub at his level, but all I see is a ball boy who doesn't even have a number on his jersey." Those words echoed deep in the boy's mind. Not in a bad way, but by showing him a reality he absolutely didn't want to face. He quickly shook off those weak thoughts and sprinted in the opposite direction of where he was supposed to go. This left the defender confused, wondering what he should do. The coach picked up on the boy's intentions, and one of his teammates did as well. All that was left was for the defender to follow him, and that's exactly what happened. The captain of the protagonist team wasted no time in sending one of his players into open space. Jan smiled with relief, knowing his run hadn't been for nothing. Then, the opposing defense, in their attempt to cover that space, slowly began to break apart, until, after a few passes, the ball found its way to Jean's feet, who had pushed higher up the field. Being unmarked, he decided to play the ball to the center and continue pushing forward down the wing. Moments later, a header finds him, but instead of taking the shot, he chose to lay it off for a better chance, and one of his teammates smashed it in for a stunning goal. Coach Tony celebrated with pure joy, knowing that a kid with such vision on the field might just become the next legend. Not long after, we see the protagonist's friend at the terminal, and after texting him that they'll meet soon, we see how beautiful she is. The next day, she shows up in Jean's dream, asking if that's really the time to be sleeping. He wakes up saying that even in his dreams, Kim Ji-woo is loud. Then, he gets ready for training and heads out quickly. As he runs, he admits that playing with the first team is exhausting. Still, he managed to provide an assist, which gives him a better chance of making the lineup for the next match. His hopes drop when he arrives and realizes they still don't have him in their plans. Even so, he admits it was unrealistic to break into the starting lineup so soon, but he won't give up. He'll prove his worth in every training session because he's determined to play that match. Coach Luca, seeing his dedication, is surprised by how good he is, adding that maybe it was a good idea not to rush him into the squad. Tony agrees, saying that loading him with so much responsibility too soon could hurt his confidence. It's better to ease him in step by step. Luca, smiling, says it's harder than trying to befriend a stray cat, and Tony agrees. A little later, training comes to an end. The protagonist can't deny the anxiety he feels. Still, the final list of players for this week hasn't been announced yet, so there's still a chance for him. The coach congratulates him on a job well done, and tells them that the list of players will be sent to each of them individually, so they need to stay alert. With that, he dismisses them for the day. As he runs home, the protagonist says he did everything he could. Whether he'll be in the next match now depends on the coach. Still, he hopes with all his heart to be called up. By Friday, his phone is flooded with messages, all from Kim Ji-woo, who had just arrived and asks to meet in an hour. He doesn't get why it has to take so long to see her, but he brushes it off and tries to get ready. Unfortunately, the only clothes he has are sportswear, but since it's just a casual meal with his childhood friend, he's not too worried. Just as he's leaving, his father stops him, saying, "You can't go on a date dressed like that." Later, we see him all dressed up, saying goodbye to his father. His dad wishes him luck with his girl, and says he's glad he bought him clothes ahead of time so he wouldn't be embarrassed. As he walks to the meeting point, the boy mutters that his father went overboard with everything. When he gets there, she's nowhere to be found, so he figures she'll be a bit late and starts scrolling on his phone to kill time. He also remembers what Kim Ji-woo used to be like and wonders if she's changed at all. Just then, someone calls out his name. He turns and sees a beautiful girl apologizing for being late. Struggling to hide that he's completely speechless, he tries to go for a high five. She brushes it off and asks if he's not happy to see her. Without meeting her eyes, John can't help but notice how amazing she smells. Right after, he tells himself to stay calm. To break the ice, he asks her why she's dressed like that. Did she suddenly start liking dresses now? She says it suits her, and that since she's abroad, she wants to look nice. Or, do you not think I look beautiful? Nerves got the better of him, and he quickly stepped aside, saying it was best to keep walking. Even so, he admits to himself that she looks beautiful. If it weren't for the way she teases him, he might even doubt she's the same Kim Ji-woo he used to know. Later, they meet at a restaurant where he orders several dishes for her to enjoy. Excited, she thanks him, but also teases him about how grown up he seems, ordering food like an adult. Jang tells her to just eat and stop saying things like that. While she eats, he can only wonder if the coach will message him or not. Then, Kim Ji-woo asks how many goals he plans to score for her in the next game. Since it's the first time she's seeing him after 3 years, he should dedicate a goal to her. Or isn't he the football genius he claimed to be? She even says she saw players on TV celebrating like that when they score. Embarrassed, he just asks her to calm down. She keeps pressing him to promise a goal. He answers that it's not easy to make that kind of promise. That response shattered her excitement, something he noticed right away. While he was trying to come up with an excuse to ease the tension at dinner, a notification on his phone interrupted him. Yes, it was Coach Tony. But before finding out what happened, we need to see the end of the date. I mean, the dinner with his best friend. After a while, Jean walked her to where she was staying. With a hint of sarcasm, she asked if he could make it home on his own now. He told her not to worry about him and to get inside quickly. As the protagonist walked away, She reminded him not to forget they'd see each other on Sunday. Then she muttered to herself that he was still just as cold as ever. On his way, Jin checks his phone. It seems he made it onto the squad list for the next match. Now he can come up with an excuse if he doesn't play. However, he had forgotten that when Kim Ye-woo asked how many goals he would dedicate to her, he replied, "As many as it takes." That memory left him uneasy. If he hadn't bragged, everything would be fine now. He doesn't even know if he'll play, and making such a bold promise feels reckless. Although, thinking about it, the best thing that could happen is not playing. At least that way he won't embarrass himself in front of his friend. Still, the lies keep getting harder to carry. But even if I don't score a goal, I've worked hard, and I truly want to play in that game. On the long-awaited day, Jin wakes up just before the alarm goes off. He admits it's the first time that's ever happened to him. The weather and the place are the same as always, but today something feels different. There's no guarantee he'll play, and today his lies could be exposed. Still, this feeling isn't bad at all. At that moment, his friend's face flashes in his mind. Startled, he pushes it away, saying it has nothing to do with her. With that, he gets up to get ready for the day ahead. His father, noticing him up so early, praises him and offers him some sandwiches he had made. The protagonist hesitated for a moment. Still, how bad could they be? Then he took a bite and realized they really were awful. His father asked if he didn't like them. He answers that he did, but he'll eat them on the way instead. Later, we see him ready to head out, saying goodbye to his father, who calls out for him to give it his all. After a while, we're in the locker room. Jin doesn't look too good, so one of his teammates asks how he's doing. He says he's fine, but it doesn't sound very convincing. Jin feels nervous. That's understandable, since the last time he played was a year ago with Juventus, and he still hasn't played for Fiorentina. To calm his nerves, he decides to check his phone. For a moment, that turns out to be a mistake. He sees a photo from his last match and remembers how he failed to meet the expectations placed on him. However, a message from his friend interrupts his thoughts and cheers him up, asking him to find her if he scores a goal. He smiles and quietly says to himself that this feels different. Luca tells them it's time to head out. The whole team nods and follows him, and of course, the protagonist isn't far behind. Even though it's just a youth match, the stands are filled with plenty of people. Jin, as always, gets nervous and walks awkwardly, drawing everyone's attention. His friend, who's also there, wishes him luck to herself, then shouts that she's watching and he has to give it his all in the game. 5 minutes into the game, we see Gino call for the ball. His teammate doesn't hesitate and passes it to him. The defender moves in to mark him, but the striker feints to the right and, at the last second, uses his shoulder to redirect the ball, leaving the defender completely wrong-footed. The Fiorentina players join the attack, giving Gino the chance to shoot on goal. Unfortunately for him, the shot smashes against the crossbar and flies out of play. His teammates congratulate him, but he doesn't look too pleased. Someone else not happy with Gino's performance is Jin, who's been keeping track of 4 shots on goal from his positional rival. If that keeps up, getting on the field will be impossible for him. At that moment, the forward gets hit in the face. Luca calls for a yellow card on the defender. One of the main character's teammates asks Gino if he's all right, and he replies that yes, it was just a knock. Right after, we see Gino keep controlling the field together with the rest of the team. At that moment, the camera cuts to King Jiwoo, who wonders if this is really that exciting for everyone to be yelling so much. Besides, the game is still tied at 0. Shouting won't change the score. After saying that, she remembers Jin had told her he might not play since that team was weak and he's the ace of Fiorentina, so they only put him in for important matches. Worried, she begins to wonder if she'll even get to see her friend play. Right then, the entire crowd erupts in excitement. Finally, the first goal had come, and of course, it was Gino's. Kim's expression at seeing the goal was pure surprise. If things go on like this, Jin's chances of playing vanish. Still, the protagonist looks clearly happy, because if they score more goals, he'll have a better chance to step in and give Gino a break. The next few minutes of the first half were complete control by Fiorentina, so it finished with a score of 3-0 in their favor. In the locker room, everyone was congratulating each other, and the protagonist, even though he hadn't played, also praised them since they played brilliantly. At that moment, Coach Tony walked in to give instructions for the second half, and once he finished, the protagonist went up to him intending to ask to play. However, not a single word came out of his mouth. Tony asked him if he was feeling okay, and he answered yes, but said he needed to go to the bathroom. Even though he had nothing to do there, he still went for no real reason. Once inside, He told himself that he had already tried everything. For now, all he could do was wait, since the match wasn't over yet and anything could still happen. With a positive mindset, he heads back out. His friend keeps cheering him on from the stands, while he can't stop thinking about how his urge to play keeps growing stronger. The second half kicks off. The game carries on, just like in the first half. By the 60th minute, Coach Tony calls on Andre, the backup striker, Fabian, a defender, and Jean, the third forward, to start warming up. The protagonist had already lost hope, but in that instant, all his energy returned. To show Tony he was ready, he began warming up right by his side. However, Tony, looking a little uneasy, told him to step aside and warm up where he was supposed to. Jean, in his thoughts, admits that the situation isn't looking great. Between him, who has never played, and Andre, who's set to be the team's next starter, the obvious choice is the blue-eyed one. Still, he can't rule out the defender. If they want to hold the game as it is, he's also a solid option for a change, but they should give me at least some minutes. I've earned plenty of paychecks without playing a single game. The least they can do is let me repay that debt on the field. A few minutes later, in the 71st minute, Coach Tony walks over to the referee handling substitutions to signal the next change. Now we shift to the stands, where the crowd whispers that it looks like Gino is coming off. They add that Andre seems like the obvious choice to go in. But when the number 20 flashes on the board, everyone is left confused, since they don't recognize that player. Meanwhile, the one smiling with joy is Kim Ji-woo, because her friend, the football prodigy, is about to step onto the pitch. For a moment, the protagonist had no idea what was happening, but Coach Luca snapped him out of it and asked if he was listening. Feeling more lost than Goku in a Naruto episode, he replied, yes. Then the coach told him the same thing as always. Play your game, no pressure. This match doesn't matter anymore. Jean, though nervous, followed the instruction. Then he high-fived Gino and ran onto the pitch to keep the promise he made to his friend. Later, unlucky for Kim, the ball never reaches the protagonist, and when it does, he gives it up too quickly. Frustrated, she yells at everyone to let him play, because he's the team's ace. Then she says that ever since Jean came on, her heart hasn't stopped racing. It feels like the game has finally become fun. The match stayed stalled for a few minutes. All Fiorentina could do was move the ball around and wait for a chance to open up. The protagonist says that from the outside it looked easy, but here it feels like predators are hunting you nonstop. Still, I'm hungry too. With that, he bursts forward into midfield. The defender marking him doesn't hesitate to follow, and alongside him, their number 5 also moves toward that area. The opponents don't really get what they're trying to do, but when they see number 4 send a pass in that direction, they're on alert. At first, they think the blonde will take the ball, but instead, he lets it through for Jean. The two defenders are left completely out of position, and the protagonist takes advantage with a light touch, lifting the ball right over the two of them. Without wasting time, he drives straight toward the opposing goal as they try to stop him. Kim Ji-woo is stunned by his friend's speed. Coach Luca is impressed too, but not by something so simple. He's struck by the way the team, with Jean leading, managed to break the deadlock. Then, he urges Jean to give it everything he's got. The protagonist, seeing two defenders in front of him, eases his pace and glances to both sides several times. This hesitation keeps the defenders from acting, unsure of what he's planning. Then, the goalkeeper yells at them to close him down because the striker is already too close to the box. Just as they caught on, the protagonist had already lined up a powerful strike. It was hit with such force that the defender ducked out of the way, and the keeper couldn't even get a hand on it. Everyone, the players, the coaches, and the crowd in the stands, couldn't believe that strike. Meanwhile, the protagonist could only think about how he had kept his promise. Right after, all his teammates gathered around him, calling him different. He didn't really get what they meant by that compliment, and figured it was just because he was from another country. Luca kept telling Tony that he hadn't been wrong in picking Jean for this match. Tony knows he's right, but asks him not to act like that in front of the other players. Hasn't he considered it might demotivate them? Luca realizes it and apologizes. Then Coach Tony congratulates him, since in fact Jean had been included in the squad for that match thanks to Luca's intervention, because for him, it was still too early. Jean remembered that part of the promise was still left to keep, so he looked for his friend in the stands, and when he spotted her, he made his first celebration for her. Kim Ji-woo wasn't expecting this, and she turned both pale and red. Later, as they were walking home, the girl told Jean she was glad it hadn't been a lie. He asked what she meant, and she replied, "That thing about you being a football genius, I thought you only said it to impress me." Jean, offended, says he would never do something like that, especially just to impress her. The girl doesn't say anything more about it and simply smiles. Then, she remembers something the main character had said earlier and asks him if he will be in the starting lineup for the next match. He is left stunned. However, to stop him from saying something else, she tells him that the next match is against a tough rival, so the team's ace has to be in the starting lineup. Or will they throw him in at the very end again, like today? Jean knows he's messed up even more. For now, he doesn't reply to her, but he tells us that their next opponent is Napoli, a strong team known for pressing all over the pitch with their high defensive line. At the moment, Fiorentina is in third place in the group. If they want to qualify directly for the tournament, they need to finish in first or second place. With that in mind, it's clear that this match won't be easy, and let's not even talk about the one after that, which is against Juventus, who are at the top of the table. At that moment, Kim Ji-woo interrupts his thoughts by asking how many goals he plans to score in that match. He answers that it's not that easy. She teases him by asking if the football genius only feels confident against weak teams. That comment struck right at Jean's pride, and without thinking, he promised to dedicate a few goals to Kim to make her happy. Still, deep down, he knows he only made things worse. While he was questioning how bad it feels to lie, she asked for his attention and told him she'll be waiting for the great celebration he dedicated to her today. The main character couldn't handle the embarrassment and blushed so hard that he suggested they hurry home. On the way back, the girl kept marveling at everything around her. Meanwhile, he was thinking about the trouble he'd gotten into, but decided it didn't matter anymore. For now, he just has to give his all in practice, and sooner or later, he'll earn a spot in the starting lineup. The next day, we see them in a recovery training session. Jean wonders why he even has to be there when he barely played 10 minutes. Still, before he can go on overthinking nonsense, he notices Gino saying goodbye to all his teammates. That strikes him as odd, so he listens in on the conversation from a distance. That's when he learns the guy was promoted to the under-19s, which is why everyone is congratulating him. He wonders if he should congratulate him as well. The truth is, they haven't talked much, so it feels awkward not knowing what to do. Gino, catching Jean by surprise, comes over to say hello. Right after, he points out that they're not really close, but still thanks him for showing up, since it made his promotion happen faster than expected. The main character doesn't really get it, but he's happy too, because Gino leaving the team opens up more room to fight for a starting spot. In fact, he just has to beat Andre and he's set. That's when the boy fires a powerful shot at goal that just by seeing it, instantly humbled Jean. Later, in Coach Tony's office, Luca tells him he already let Gino go. It's a shame since he'd grown attached to how obedient he was. But Tony tells him not to worry. In a few years, that kid will be ready for the under-19s. Keeping him here now was only holding back his progress. For now, they need to focus all their energy on the players they're responsible for, especially on that kid. Luca asks if he means Jean. Tony says yes. If you compare their potential, the choice to give Jean more priority will pay off. Plus, now he'll be able to gain more experience in matches. Luca shares the view that Jean has something special. Gino does too, but not at the same level. For now, his only concern is the next match. Napoli isn't an easy opponent, and it could be tough for Jean, who still lacks confidence. Tony pauses for a moment to think. Then, he asks for him to start. This match will be the one to decide the kid's future. Before closing the meeting, Coach Tony reminds him about managing the team. Even if Jean doesn't play much, they have to keep him however necessary. After that, the scene shifts to another place. Here we see a businessman watching a video of Jean. He says the kid is good, but since he hasn't seen him in person yet, they can't take the risk. On another day, we're at the protagonist's father's house. He's watching as Kim Ji-woo cooks. When he gets bored, he decides to head to his room, but she stops him, saying she's making something delicious for him, so the least he can do is stay with her. Jean, a bit roughed up, says that at first she had said she was only going to practice what she'd learned. Just then, he hears laughter in the background, and when he turns, he sees his father giving him a proud thumbs up. In short, the son loves soccer, and now he's got a girl by his side. The very definition of being a man. Later, the father congratulates his future daughter-in-law for how delicious the food was, suggesting she should come over whenever she has the time. She happily agrees. As Jean eats his pasta, Kim tells him that in return for the meal, he owes her a goal. The protagonist tries to ease the mood by asking not to talk about work right then. The father steps in, apologizing to Jean for not being able to attend his upcoming match and for missing the last one. The young man tells him not to worry. He also recalls that in the morning he was told he would start in the match against Napoli, and since then, his father hasn't stopped apologizing. Yet, in his eyes, the one who should apologize is himself for not giving his father everything he deserves. His father, on the other hand, left everything behind in Korea to be there with him. He has stood by him through the whole journey, even during his setback with Juventus. That's why he deserves everything in this world. His thoughts are interrupted by Kim Ji-woo, who once again presses him about how many goals he's going to score. 4, 3, how many? Jean replies that he's not going to tell her. She accepts it calmly, but a few seconds later, she tells Jean's father about the gesture he used to celebrate, leaving him really embarrassed. The man says that's fine, while Jean covers his face to hide his embarrassment. When the girl sees her future father-in-law clearing the dishes, her instinct kicks in, and she insists on washing them herself. From here, we jump to the day of the match. Jean finds his teammates gathered as they go over the tactics. He wonders how on earth he made it this far. Still, he won't betray that trust. The match begins. Number 4, the one in charge of organizing the team, tells them to stay calm and remember their training, saying it was easy, but holding on to it when the opponent comes at you is another story. Napoli pressed so aggressively that they forced them back in just seconds. The coach points out that the pressure seems stronger than expected, making it tough to hold possession and even harder to create chances. Luca asks what they should do now, but Tony stays silent and just watches. Just as they were about to lose the ball, Jane broke free to give his teammates space to play. Without hesitation, he sent the pass to where Jean had moved, and he took it with ease. Without a second thought, he launched a quick attack. When a defender slid in to steal possession, the protagonist played the ball to Bruno, the left back. He controlled it smoothly and carried the attack forward. As Bruno drives down the wing, Jean matches his run toward the center. Knowing his teammate's style, he's sure the pass won't come. Still, his job is to make the opponent think it will, so he cuts inside to draw a defender away. Napoli's captain sent a teammate to mark Jean, which opened up the angle for Bruno. Without hesitation, he cut inside and struck a right-footed shot at goal. He only missed by inches, but it was their first real chance. Out of respect, he apologized to Jean. Jean gave him a thumbs up and said it was all good. Later, Fiorentina's captain tells his team to fall back quickly, but before they can react, Napoli has already started pressing, forcing him into a bad pass that sends the ball out wide. Wasting no time, the blue side restart play and, with a string of quick passes, cut through midfield until they deliver a cross into Fiorentina's area. Even though the defender tried to block, he just couldn't. The striker rose above him and easily headed it in, scoring a stunning goal. As the blonde celebrated, the protagonist picked up on all his team's mistakes. Right after, he figured that since they were now behind, the pressure would only grow, but he still believes they can turn this game around. Just as they had predicted, Napoli ramped up the pressure and dictated the tempo through most of the first half. That lasted until the 40th minute, when during a Fiorentina throw-in, the ball bounced loose and the captain dove headfirst, not to keep it from going out again, but to make it deflect off an opponent and keep possession. Right after, he shouts at everyone to stay focused. Sooner or later, the chance will come their way. The coach likes that, because lifting the team's spirit is the captain's job, and he's carrying it out to perfection. All the players get back into the game. Number 8, with the ball at his feet, dribbled with all he had, and managed to slip past a defender. Even the coaches celebrated that. Quickly, Jean moved in to help. He knew the 2 defenders behind him would soon close in, so this time he chose not to push forward alone. With determination, he passed to the side, and his teammate controlled it, giving back a through ball that let them break past the defense. With those players out of the way, Jean thought breaking through the defense would be easy. However, he was all alone. His teammates just couldn't keep up with his pace. Tony already knew that would happen sooner or later, so he wonders what his player will do next. If he takes too long to choose, he'll waste the chance. Meanwhile, Jean realizes the situation and decides to push forward on his own. One of the opposing defenders thinks he'll take it on alone, but the captain doesn't agree. He passed the ball earlier, so he's likely waiting for a teammate. We'd better keep an eye on that. A few seconds ago, Jan already knew what he was going to do. and as if he had unleashed a beast inside, he slipped past the first. With a quick self-pass, he beat the second, leaving 4 more rivals ahead. The captain regrets the wrong choice he made earlier, but it doesn't matter anymore. Now they have to stop him. At least that's what they thought. Though the truth is, they never actually saw Jean's moves. He dribbled like Messi, leaving his coaches stunned, but it's not over yet. There's still the goalkeeper, and he tells Jean he's not going to let him score. The protagonist isn't conscious, so he doesn't even notice and lines up a shot aimed straight at the top corner. When he tries it, to everyone's misfortune, he slips and falls to the ground. He knows he can't end the play like that, so he gets back up. But when he looks up, he sees his teammates running toward him with joy. He doesn't understand what's going on and starts searching for the ball. That's when he realizes where it is. A bit incredulous, he wonders how it happened, but that doesn't matter, so he celebrates his big achievement. With that goal, the score is tied, bringing the game back to the start. Tony says that goal will have a major impact on the other team. And just look at the coaches' faces. They don't even know what hit them. Luca says he thought Jean would be nervous in his first start, but he looks like a true veteran. His colleague agrees, adding that the kid simply brought onto the field what he had already pictured in his mind, and soon he'll be unstoppable. So, what's running through his mind right now is that anything is possible. That's right, and I'm excited about the progress he can reach. Later in the locker room, we see the protagonist's teammates pointing out each other's mistakes. It looks like they're fighting, but according to Jean, that's just the way they talk, even though sometimes he isn't quite sure if they're not actually about to start throwing punches. At that moment, the play he had made ran through his mind. Something like that wasn't normal. If it had gone wrong, I'm sure he wouldn't have been able to keep playing. Fortunately, luck was on his side at that moment, but thinking it over, it wasn't just luck. There was also a touch of brilliance on his part. Maybe no one noticed, but I really played well. At that moment, Coach Luca calls them over. Everyone listens closely to his instructions and promises to go out and win. With the second half about to start, the protagonist wonders if he can keep performing well. At that moment, Bruno walks over, congratulates him, tells him to stay calm, and urges him to go for another goal together. John thanks him for the compliment and quickly gets in the right mindset. Then, they spot their friend in the stands. She wears a disappointed expression that kills the stadium's energy. The young man wonders why she looks that way, but when he remembers that he forgot to celebrate the promised goal, he feels pure terror. Now, scoring again wasn't just an option, but an obligation if he didn't want to regret it all week. At that moment, his thoughts are cut off by Coach Tony. He asks the protagonist if he's okay, and he simply replies, "Yes." The coach relaxes, but he tells him that he looks pretty exhausted, so if he can't keep playing, he just needs to raise his hand and they'll substitute him right away. Jean hadn't realized he'd actually been panting for a while. Still, he pats his face to wake himself up and promises to score within the next 10 minutes before they take him out. The second half begins. Napoli's defense pushes up even further to increase the pressure. Jean doesn't understand how they can play like that, but he doesn't think much of it. The coaches, however, take note, assuming the opponent will push for a goal, but forgetting how much they're exposing themselves with that strategy, and they're also overlooking the threat that Jean represents. For his part, he quickly notices that Napoli's attack is focused on the left side of the field. Because of that, the opposite side is left wide open. If only they could make use of the space, they would almost certainly score. At that moment, Fiorentina's captain manages to stop a Napoli attack and regains possession. Jean shouts for the pass. The captain doesn't hesitate and plays the ball to his teammate. The defender marking the protagonist vows not to let him advance, but the protagonist had already spotted him, so instead of bringing the ball under control, he fires a volley straight to the left wing, where Bruno is waiting. The coach is amazed by how well Jean reads the field. Still, they need to finish the counterattack. Napoli's captain yells to his teammates that it's the same attack as before. They just need to stop number 11 from shooting to shut it down. One of the defenders moves to close in on Bruno. Still, 2 players, including the protagonist, break through toward the middle. The defender chooses to ignore the other players and puts everything into stopping Bruno's dribble. Bruno does exactly that, just as the opponent had foreseen, so he blocks him. But it was only a feint, and he falls for it completely. Next, Bruno sends a low pass to Jean, who had just run past him seconds earlier. Jean takes it easily, but finds himself without a shooting angle. Unsure of what else to do, He chips the ball over the keeper, but for now, we're not shown what happens. After a moment of suspense with the goalkeeper and the defender trying to stop the ball, the goal was added to the scoreboard. As soon as Jin saw the ball go in, he rushed to his feet. He quickly ran to the stands, and when he spotted Kim Ji-woo, raised his hand to dedicate the goal to her, just as he had promised. After a while, the match ended with Fiorentina's victory. The Napoli coach asked Tony who number 20 was and where he had found him. He replied that he was just Gino's backup. The blonde didn't believe him, insisting that Tony had been hiding that trump card for a long time and had trained him to be a starter. The coach denied it all and admitted that he had taken him from Juventus. The blonde tries to remember if he had seen him before, but he can't place him. Tony tells him not to worry. He probably never saw Gene play, because at Juventus he only played one match and was never included in the lineup again. The old man laughs, as he can't believe that such an incredible talent wasn't a starter at Juventus. They have good players, but that kid is on another level. Tony asks him to drop the subject. The blonde stays silent for a few seconds. Then he congratulates Tony for finding that gem and says he's glad the player is Korean. This is because, as he says, his team is trying to sign a defender from that country who shows great promise. Tony interrupts his thoughts, asking when he plans to leave. The blonde says he's already working on it, but first, he needs to be sure the next match won't end like this one. For now, he won, but only because they didn't know about that Korean player. Tony, already impatient, tells him to leave right away. Then, he thinks it's only natural they notice the young player, because you don't get to see a genius play every day. In the locker room, everyone celebrates the victory and congratulates Gene on his performance. He thanks them politely, but says he has to leave because someone is waiting for him. The guys try to hold him back to hang out, but he's quicker and ends up leaving. Before leaving, he says he nearly became the center of attention. Still, he's exhausted, and though he'd like to celebrate the win against a tough rival, he has to go home and rest. Then he hears someone's voice. When he looks, he sees it's his friend, who tells him to hurry. On the way home, she notices how tired he is, so she offers to carry his things. The protagonist refuses, saying she's much smaller than him, so he should be the one to carry her things. Kim reminds him that when they were kids, he was shorter, and the protagonist asks her to stop bringing up things like that, taking the bag from her to move faster. As they walk, she notices Gene seems happier than usual. At first, he doesn't understand what she means, but then admits that today, after the game, the coach praised him, though he quickly corrects himself. It's not that I don't get compliments every day. We geniuses always do. Still, it feels different from how it is in Korea. Back there, no matter how hard I tried or even won, all I got were criticisms and insults. Compared to that, it feels good being in another country and playing for this team. The girl, aware of the emotional weight of the words she heard, promises him that from her, he'll always get praise and companionship. Gene didn't catch the last part and only thought about how, if there was one person who congratulated him in Korea, it was Kim Ji-woo, who encouraged him whether things went well or badly. With that in mind, he now realizes why he's been lying to her so much lately. It's because he doesn't want to break the trust she gave him from the start. That's why he won't stop working until he makes every lie he told her come true. Then he asks her to wait and offers to buy her ice cream. She gets really happy and jokingly tells him he has grown up. Finally, she realizes that girls like him. He replies that she's right, that now he's grown and has plenty of money. Buying her an ice cream was nothing. The next day, the main character goes up to Tony to ask her for something. We're not told what it is, but we see him point at Luca, and then Jian walks away. Driven by curiosity, the assistant coach walks up to Tony to ask what happened. He answered, not much. It's just that now he has to stay and keep Jian company during training, since Jian had asked to stay and train a bit later. This makes Luca happy, but then, remembering it means more work, he gets a little annoyed. While training, the boy wondered if he was crossing the line by asking for that, but he didn't do it out of defiance. In the last match, he realized he needs to improve his stamina, dribbling, and shooting if he wants to be of real help to the team. Later, in the club's office, we see both coaches talking about a guy named Paolo who will be at the next match. Tony asks Lucas if he had sent him the video. Lucas replies that he did, but that man preferred to watch it with his own eyes. Tony admits it's an inconvenience, but he accepts that it's normal for Paolo to take so many precautions before starting a renovation. A few days later, we see Jian listening to a noisy conversation among his colleagues. Curious about why they were so animated, he walked over. Here he learned that the reason was Bruno had secured a professional contract, and everyone was asking lots of questions. He promised to take them out to dinner on Friday at his expense. Jian, still watching only from a distance, remarked on how great it must feel to be signed by the league. Then the boys asked Bruno how much he would earn now. He didn't want to reveal it, but in the end, they convinced him, and he said about 10 times more than before, around $2,000 a week, give or take. Hearing that left no one indifferent. Not even Jian could believe it. He currently makes about $140 a week, and if his salary were multiplied by 10, he could do many things. For example, he'd fix the washing machine, buy his father a car, and of course, get plenty of food for Kim Ji-woo. He snaps out of his thoughts, walks up to Bruno, and congratulates him on his achievement. Bruno thanks him and asks him to make some time on Friday to have dinner with them, and the protagonist promises he will. Then the coach calls them over, and as the protagonist walks up, he says that next time he'll get a better contract. Though that's asking a lot since, until recently, he had been playing without pay. After the group training session, we notice that 2 people are still on the field. Here are Jian and Luca. The first one is trying to dribble past the second, but even though he used a body feint and quick footwork, he couldn't succeed. The boy says to himself that it worked before, concluding that the same technique doesn't work twice. With that in mind, he moves to the right. When Luca blocks him, he cuts back to the left. But it was just a fake, and he kept dribbling fast, until the coach guessed he would go right and got it wrong, giving Jian the chance to move forward. Luca congratulates him, saying he completely fooled him. Jian, to himself, notes that he feels the coach let him pass on purpose. Nevertheless, he is grateful for the dedication. Luca asks him to continue, to which the excited boy agrees. During a pause to catch his breath, Jian says that with Luca, it's like having a personal trainer. He acts as a defender, a goalkeeper, and even designed a routine according to his needs. But instead of gratitude, he feels guilty for taking up his time. When the protagonist can't go on anymore, the training ends. Yuka gives him a thermos to stay hydrated, then celebrates. What makes him so happy? I don't know. Jean also wonders the same, but he doesn't really mind. What he's thinking now is that if he trains hard, he could become at least decent at playing, and that's why he's pushing himself. Then he thanks Luca, who asks why, but quickly returns the thanks for training with such dedication. John, feeling a bit guilty, says with some embarrassment that one day he'll return the favor. That throws the coach off a bit, but he uses the moment to tell him that if he really wants to return the favor, he has to show his best in the next match. Jan gets a little alarmed, but before he can say anything, Luca tells him that nothing on the field is a coincidence. He knows this because he played for a long time. A goal that comes off the goalkeeper's rebound isn't a coincidence. It's simply the result of many shots and attempts to score. What he means by this is that you should trust yourself and your potential. Gian is surprised by the advice, but after a moment he feels happy because he knows there are more people who believe in him. From this moment, we jump to the day of the match. This time, Fiorentina faces Empoli FC. But there's a surprise. Coach Tony ordered everyone to adjust to Gian's pace in the game. He will be the one to lead the attack and other aspects on the field. The protagonist can't understand what is happening, and even Luca doesn't know why such an aggressive decision was made. They were supposed to avoid putting so much pressure on the boy, but this completely goes against that idea. Meanwhile, in the stands, we see Paolo checking the club's finances. He says that money is leaking everywhere. His assistant mentions it's because of the large number of youth academy players they have. He admits he understands that, but adds that if they focused only on quality, he'd surely have more budget for other areas. Moreover, there are players who show no progress, like the one Tony mentioned. He's just a freeloading player. The assistant points to the field and quickly says that apparently he's wearing the number 20 jersey and is the player brought from Juventus. Paolo, when he sees him, agrees and says that's true. However, he hasn't shown any progress in months, and they're not a charity. The guy with glasses reminds them that he's been standing out quite a bit lately. He agrees that's true, but a few goals don't really change anything. The chubby guy agrees with his boss, but today they'll see what the young player Tony has been strongly backing is capable of. The big-nosed guy shares that view and gets ready to watch Gian's performance closely. Speaking of the main character, he feels a bit overwhelmed by having to lead the game, especially as the visiting side. Still, he He promises to perform better than in any of the previous matches. That epic pose is only visible from this camera angle, while from Luca's position, it looks more like a greeting. He answers with a firm gesture, thinking to himself that he trusts him. As the game kicks off, the main character doesn't hesitate and charges forward to press. The captain, noticing this, tells everyone else to follow his lead. Jian, while running, says that this team is a bit weak, so his plan against them is to play on the attack and stay aggressive. The player in possession, seeing everyone rushing at him, sends a careless pass to his striker. But it gets intercepted by one of Fiorentina's men. For a few minutes, the protagonist team keeps the ball in their own half, waiting to see how the opponent reacts. Jian notices that even the opposing striker has dropped back, which tells him they're in defensive mode. With that in mind, he says there are two ways to take advantage of the spaces they leave. The first is to fake an attack on one side and pull players over. Then, switch the ball to the other side, which will be more open. The second is through dribbling, and honestly, I've already made up my mind. With that, he gives instructions to his teammates. The one who is going to mark him gets frustrated, seeing that they seem intent on just passing the ball without attacking. However, this time Jean controls and pushes forward on the attack. Although it caught him off guard, the boy still managed to organize the defense well. The protagonist easily got past him. Then, he linked up with a teammate to get around another player. With that, he had already pushed forward until he was left one-on-one with the fullback. He considered making a quick feint, but someone was right on his tail. Faced with that, he decided to play the ball back to one of his teammates. The defender thought the boy was about to take a shot or send in a cross, so he lunged to block it. However, with a subtle touch, he chipped the ball over him and it found Jian again. Now Jian was one-on-one with the fullback. With a brilliant step over, he threw the defender off balance and slipped past him with ease. With the boy out of the way, he had a choice to make: shoot or pass. Knowing that wasting time could be costly, he chose to shoot. And it proved the right call, as the ball ended up in the back of the net, giving his team the opening goal. Tony couldn't be prouder of his boy. He then smiles and wonders what Paolo might be thinking at that very moment after witnessing such talent. For his part, he can't believe what just happened. Could it really be possible for a 16-year-old to play like that? By the 30th minute of the first half, the Empoli FC goalkeeper looks desperate as he braces for yet another attack from Fiorentina. Overcome with desperation, he yelled at his teammates to stop the striker any way they could, even if it meant committing fouls. Jian, though far from the goal, didn't hesitate and unleashed a thunderous strike that crashed off the crossbar and into the net. The goalkeeper, unable to even react, wonders how on earth he's supposed to stop a rocket like that. And, on top of that, where on earth they found such a monster. Paolo still can't believe what number 20 is showing. Just 30 minutes in, they're already 3 goals up, and that kid is always right in the middle of the attack. The guy with glasses points out he's got 2 goals and an assist. Unbelievable. Paolo adds that, on top of that, his playing style is versatile, and he's got everything it takes to become a great player. Then he asks Roberto, who, by the way, is the chubby guy, to find the details of Federico Chiesa's salary negotiations. Roberto doesn't really get why and takes a long time, so Paolo ends up doing it himself. Once he finishes going through the data, he tells the guy with glasses to contact the club right away. Apparently, they're going to need more funds to negotiate. Then he admits that Coach Tony really was right. Today, they might be on the verge of signing a special player. Later, we see Jian stepping off the team bus. Before the vehicle pulled away, the captain handed him a drink, since he had noticed how tired he looked during the match. It's nothing out of the ordinary, so he shouldn't worry. With that, he bids farewell to the young man, calling him our striker. Jian is left a bit unsettled by those final words. It's a feeling I never had at Juventus. I never saw this team or this city as anything special. At best, it was just a job and a place where I lived for a while. But now I feel truly attached to Florence. It's probably because my bond has grown stronger since Ji-woo arrived, and because I've been doing well in my role on the team. Still, for the first time, I really feel at home. A little later, he arrived home. He noticed his father wasn't there, but calmly figured his workday had simply run longer than usual. While resting, he says that this time he played 70 minutes, scored twice, and provided an assist. I think I played really well today. The most important thing is that I stayed on the field longer and was even able to put into practice what I had worked on with Luca during training. That's probably why I was so happy. But looking back, it really wasn't such a satisfying match. I definitely made an impact on the game, but it was all within the first 30 minutes. I pushed myself so hard early on that I completely drained my stamina. The worst part is that, as the one leading the attack, once I couldn't keep up the same intensity, the team's performance dropped. I should keep my composure a little better next time. If it had been a stronger opponent, they might have turned the game around, and it would have been all my fault. For now, I'll just hold on to the good things I did. As Lucas said before, not everything is by chance. What I accomplished today came from my own skills. What I truly wish is that Dad and Ji-woo could have seen me. By the way, why is Dad taking so long? Speaking of him, he was already on his way home, wondering if Jian was already there. Just then, he got a call. When he checked, he was taken aback. It was because the call was from Fiorentina's management. Later, we see them gathered at the table, ready to enjoy the dinner Ji-woo prepared. She asks both of them to try it and share their thoughts. The protagonist can't help but think about how he recently gave Ji-woo an apron, and now it's already pretty worn, though that's normal for someone who spends so much time in the kitchen. She asks him how the food is. He replies that it's good. The girl didn't seem very pleased with that answer, something Jang noticed, so he quickly corrected himself by adding that it was delicious. The boy's father was the one who didn't find the food very tasty. Yang doesn't understand what's going on. At first he said everything Ji-woo cooked was delicious, and he even invited her to cook several times. The girl took the comment personally, so she said it was her first time making risotto, and if it turned out well, the next one will be truly incredible. Jian doesn't really understand what's going on, but he notices the growing tension in the room. Then he remembers that today he invited Ji-woo to dinner, and when she arrived, she quickly took over the kitchen from his father to cook herself. Maybe that's why things feel so uncomfortable. After that, the man remarks that, after all, making a risotto is easy. Ji-woo says that's what people say, but easy dishes can vary in flavor depending on who prepares them. Jian doesn't really like risotto. Every time we go out, he prefers shrimp. Then they turn to the boy and ask what he prefers. He replies that it doesn't matter. Honestly, he'd rather have a good sandwich. Without realizing it, he gives the win to his father, since he believes he's the best at making sandwiches. The girl isn't very happy with his answer. She sits next to him and asks if what was said earlier was a lie. John doesn't know what she means. She says it's about you scoring 2 goals today. The boy gets upset because they call him a liar. Ji-woo replies that she never called him a liar, she just asked if he really scored 2 goals. The boy realizes she's in a bad mood and quickly understands why. However, before he could say anything more, his father steps in, saying that the goals are real. He also mentions that he got a call from the club. John asks about the reason for that call. His father explains that it was simply to tell him about the good work his son was doing. They also wanted to set up a meeting as soon as possible. The protagonist asks what the purpose is. The man answers that it is to discuss the terms of a professional contract. Jian was surprised to hear that. His father then congratulated him. All he could think about was the moment he felt jealous of Bruno, and he said he hadn't expected to be in this situation so soon. At that moment, he remembers his friend is still there with him and says, "See, it was true about my goals." She, relaxed, answers, "I knew it, I checked it online." Those words left Jong worried. Maybe his lies were already uncovered. On the way to Ji-woo's house, the protagonist asks her what exactly she saw online. She answers that she only saw today's match results. That reassured the boy, because he thought Kim Ji-woo had checked in detail. Then, the girl asks him if signing a professional contract is very important. She asks because she sees him very happy since they told him that. The protagonist comments it is a big step. She asks what will change in his life with the contract. He responds that first, he will debut as a professional, and second, most importantly, his salary will improve. That caught Ji-woo's attention, who asked how much he would earn now. He replies that really, that is also a question which makes him curious. Without giving it more importance, she reluctantly congratulates him. Jian thanks her, and then remembers that everything he had achieved so far was because of Ji-woo. If she hadn't come to Italy, surely none of that would have happened. Then, he thanks her. The girl asks what he said, so Jian thanked her again. This time she listened and quickly sped up out of embarrassment. The protagonist asks her to wait and tries to catch up with her. He notices that she is still upset and wonders if it is still because of the food. When they arrived at Ji-woo's house, she vaguely said goodbye to the young man. Before she went inside, he thanked her for today's meal and said it was the best he had eaten in a long time. With that, he said goodbye to his friend. She shouted for him to wait. Then, she said she would let it go this time and asked him to be careful on his way home. John couldn't believe it. She was really upset about the food. The next day, we met at the club's facilities. Here, Jian says he's a bit tired of the person in front of him. Then, we see the family's agent, who promises this time to secure the best possible contract. As they walk to the meeting room, the guy explains that negotiations are about making the other side look foolish, and today, it won't be him. Jian is pleased with the man's strong confidence. He also tells us that although this guy may look like a mafia member, he's actually a proper and competent person. The last time he settled 2 contracts, both with Juventus in Turin and with Fiorentina here, so I think it's fine for him to handle it. A little while later, they arrive with the managers who welcome them. Then, we go back a few minutes to when Paolo and Roberto were talking about the contract they would offer Gian. Paolo asks his colleague if something is bothering him, or if he doesn't agree with the terms. His colleague hesitates for a moment and says he thinks that figure is hard to understand. Paolo questions him. Does he not trust his own eyes? And does he think he's too old for this job? The chubby guy says that's not it. He respects his work and experience, but something feels off. Why would he treat such a young boy, with no talent or experience, that way? Paolo tells him to keep this in mind. For a teenager, this sum could change his life. But that money doesn't matter to a starting player, and that's exactly what we'll get. Do you follow me? For a moment, the guy with glasses stays quiet. Paolo took that silence as I didn't understand a thing, and, annoyed, asks if he truly gets his vision. He quickly says yes, then goes on to explain that the director thinks that before the next negotiation, Gian will be seen as a regular starter, and it will be cheap to keep him on the roster. When I was coaching the under-19 team, I went to Spain for a training session around the time Spain won Euro 2008. Back then, I took the players on a tour of the country to play friendly matches. There, I witnessed the birth of the style of play that would dominate Europe for a while, tiki-taka. Although that wasn't the main point, the one who really surprised me was a pale boy from Real Sociedad. He played against our players, who were a full head taller, and still managed to get past them as if it was nothing. Actually, I asked if he had a professional contract, and they almost kicked me out of the training grounds. At that time, he was 17, and I knew he would soon be famous worldwide. Roberto asks the boy's name, and Paolo replies, Antoine Griezmann. So, are you saying you felt the same way with Gian now? Exactly. He knows how to win games. He was born with something that rarely fails. That's called instinct, and it's what sets geniuses like Gian apart. The guy with glasses didn't know what to say. Still, the director doesn't let him say another word, and adds that in a few years we'll see whether the contract is too much or not. Later, we find ourselves at a restaurant. Here, the boy's father thanks the agent for helping them with everything. He says it's no big deal, it's just part of his job. In any case, it seems they are finally acknowledging Gian's value. The protagonist looks at the agent a little disappointed, because during the meeting, he became very accommodating after saying he would take control of the negotiation. In fact, the moment he first touched the contract, his resolve disappeared. But I have to admit, I was also stunned, as I never expected to see that number in the contract. I mean, 4,000 euros a week is an astonishing amount. Compared to my current salary, it's more than 20 times higher. Not even Bruno, who was a steady player, got such a big raise. Could it be that they're overestimating my value? The boy's thoughts are interrupted by the agent, who tells him that if they're offering him so much, it's because they don't want him to move to another team, so it's better not to argue and just accept quickly. The boy, though hesitant, decided to sign. With the agreement finalized, the deal went through smoothly. Back at the restaurant, the adults were arguing about who should pay the bill. The protagonist, a little eager to get home, says he'll pay, since now he's like a god and paying the bill is nothing to him. The next day, calling himself a god felt like a bad idea to the boy, because he can't handle the pressure of so many people watching him and talking to him at once. To understand what's happening, we need to go back a few hours. Here we see Gian arriving at school, thinking to himself that he's more nervous than when they were going to play against Naples. That might be because he doesn't have good memories of his previous schools. He's always been shy, and with the language barrier, he couldn't get along with his classmates. On top of that, he was bullied by cruel kids who, strangely, were from his own team. Even though he spoke to the adults about it, they did nothing. For that reason, he doesn't feel comfortable at school. Still, he has to attend for 1 year to get his compulsory education certificate. Gian also says he didn't tell Kim Ji-woo how he felt, to avoid revealing that dark story. That's why he asked to transfer to a nearby school, and will try to make it through until graduation. Even though I don't know why I'm so worried. Right now, I'm a man earning over $4,000 a week. Little students won't intimidate me, or so I thought for a moment, because when I opened the door, I felt pressured by everyone's eyes. It didn't take long before Gian was recognized by a girl as the Fiorentina player. That got the attention of all the other classmates, who came over to ask for his autograph and countless questions. Later, while signing jerseys, the protagonist thinks to himself that it feels strange to be doing this. Still, he understands why they know him and want his autograph. It seems that Italians' only pastime is watching football on weekends. But since young people can't afford Serie A tickets, they prefer to watch youth matches, and that's the audience that recognized him at school. The most awkward are the people asking for photos. At that moment, a girl comes up to him, says he's very cute, and immediately asks for his number. He quickly excuses himself, saying he doesn't have a phone because he's fully focused on work. Plus, he doesn't want any unnecessary problems. The good part is that he feels school life is different from what he imagined. Harder, but much better. By the end of the day, he looks exhausted. Still, he thanks everyone for treating him so well on his first day. As he's about to leave, some classmates ask him to join them, but he quickly declines because he has training. They hear him, understand why, and wish him luck for the rest of his day. As he walks home, he wonders how Kim Ji-woo's first day of school went, which, by the way, was today as well. Then he checks his phone and sees many messages from the girl. Wasting no time, he replies that school went well, even to the point where everyone was asking for his autograph. She quickly responds with a sarcastic remark. He doesn't pay much attention and hurries off to training. A few days later, an important day arrives. Coach Tony tells everyone to stay focused. Next, he instructs Gian to do the usual, but reminds him that he will lead the team in attack. He also has to do it perfectly, since today is the Derby of the Apennines. Everyone focuses and vows to go out and win. Their opponents today are Bologna FC, a long-standing rival of Fiorentina, and the local rivalry is intense. Gian doesn't know all the details about these rivalries, but he feels determined to give his absolute best. He also won't let down the trust placed in him, especially in front of a crowd that is cheering louder than ever. A bit nervous, he starts looking for Ji-woo in the audience, because he knows she's the only one who will be on his side in case he makes a mistake during the game. When he sees her, he feels real terror because her expression makes him shiver, and he asks himself what the hell is going on with him now. Just minutes before the team walked onto the field, Kim Ji-woo was a bit annoyed by how crowded the stadium was today. Had he arrived a few minutes later, he doubted he would have found tickets. Besides, these girls really get on my nerves. Even if I don't understand most of what they're saying, I can tell they won't stop talking about Gian, and from their expressions, they look completely obsessed with him. Frustrated, she ends up wondering what the hell the main character is even doing at school. Then, she says she's glad he's fitting in so well and all that, but she doesn't really feel okay about it. For some strange reason, she's extremely upset at that moment. Back to the game, Gian leads the first attack. With sharp efficiency, he manages to slip past the first defender. Then another player cuts him off, but he's not alone, so he sends the ball to Bruno, who takes it with a back heel and gives it right back, and that's how they manage to push forward into the final third of the field. After a few seconds of analyzing, the boy notices how perfectly positioned Enzo is and doesn't hesitate to send him across with pinpoint precision. Even so, the defender managed to outjump the striker, cutting off his view of the goal. Quickly, the boy improvised and sent the ball back to Gian. Gian, who had been tracking the play closely, simply fired with all his strength and scored the first goal of the match. The schoolgirls cheered, amazed at how good Gian was, but someone was still upset. His teammates congratulated him, while he could only think about Ji-woo. When he sees her, he tells himself that she stands out above everyone else. Then he puts his fingers to his head and makes an epic celebration just for her. The blonde nearly burst with joy, thinking the celebration was meant for her. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-woo wore a look of satisfaction, since she clearly knew who that goal was really for. Gian, noticing his friend's reaction, kept wondering what the hell was wrong with her. Even so, he had to stay focused. With that early strike, his fear of making mistakes faded away almost completely. Maybe it's thanks to the tough training, but he feels confident. Another thing he didn't expect was that some of the classmates who had said they'd come to watch him play are actually there. Having that extra support motivates him even more. Full of energy, he moves in to press the opponent, but the rival quickly sends the ball across and throws a sharp elbow that leaves him flat on the ground. Jian pushes himself back up, wondering if it was just an accident or if that foul had been intentional. Later, during a throw-in, the protagonist quickly sends the ball to keep the play moving, but before he even realizes it, he's taken down by a hard kick. Bruno and the captain immediately call for a card against the rival. However, the referee is more lenient than usual and only gives him a verbal warning. Both coaches immediately caught on to what was happening. The only question now was whether the protagonist would realize what it truly means to play a derby. The game grew even more frantic as the minutes went on. The referee, even though he saw the fouls, kept waving them off and let play continue. Although the coaches understood the situation, they couldn't help but feel it was unfair. In fact, Tony says they have to adapt quickly to the referee's style or they'll end up losing the game. Jian doesn't take long to realize what's going on. However, the pressure from the opponents is so intense that little by little they fall back. And with that retreat, more mistakes start to show, and more often their keeper has to step in. The team captain tells everyone to stay calm, and the protagonist thinks to himself that he's right. They need to settle down if they want to turn the situation around. If he had the physique to play like they do, he would. But unfortunately, there's just no way. The problem is that for now, they keep getting pushed back. If only he could beat them at something, he might be able to launch an attack. At that moment, he realizes something. Immediately, he sprints toward midfield, chased by his marker, and calls for a pass. His teammate hesitates to pass, but when Jian asks again, he finally sends it to him. He's about to take it, but he knows the opponent will crash into him the moment he does. That's why he takes it and instantly spins around, finding himself face to face with his marker. Blinded by the desire to win the ball, he rushes in without thinking. Jian, meanwhile, keeps his cool and waits for the perfect moment to shift the ball back, slipping past the opponent's foot and breaking forward down the flank. His teammates, almost instinctively, spot the opening and push up to join the play. Enzo, meanwhile, drives into the box while Bruno cuts inside and takes up the open space. When he spots him, Jian wastes no time delivering a pinpoint pass that is taken in with ease. The left wing, Bruno's side, is wide open, so the protagonist bursts forward at full speed to fill the space. Bruno sees it and locks onto him as the target for his next pass, but instead, he plays it ahead to keep the flow of the game alive. Jian and the Bologna fullback engage in a speed battle for possession. It's not just speed here, physicality also plays a significant role, something the fullback uses to gain a few seconds head start over the young player. Even though he almost falls, the main character doesn't give up. With more determination, he accelerates. The opponent, seeing himself outdone, decides to take him out of the game with a foul. Just when he sends his body against the main character, he makes a small pause and the side is left clueless. With him out of the way, the boy manages to take possession. Now in the final stretch, all that's left is to pass it. Without thinking much, he launches a full-power low cross into the area, which Enzo, who never stopped following the play, intercepts, managing to score Fiorentina's second goal. The team captain hugs Jian and congratulates him for his achievements. Then, they head towards the stands and celebrate the goal with the crowd. Meanwhile, a man in disguise comments that the boy is very interesting. His assistant asks him to leave quickly. If people realize who he is, chaos will surely ensue. Next, it is revealed that this is Dusan Vlahovic, the current center forward for Fiorentina in Serie A. A day later, we see the boy's father handing him the bank account because he has earned quite a bit, and it's time for him to take charge of his own finances. Jian initially refuses, but his father insists until he convinces him. While observing the responsibility he now has in his hands, he says to himself that if it weren't for how well he has done in the last games, he wouldn't be sure he could handle that burden. Something he doesn't understand is why at the end of the previous match the coaches didn't congratulate him much. But that doesn't matter right now. He can do some things he wanted to do from before. His father, meanwhile, asks him what he wants to eat. He quickly responds that it's better to eat out. The father feels a stab in the heart. He finally understood that his food isn't pleasant. Jian tries to correct his mistake, but every word he says sinks him further. Although, to his surprise, his dad was just teasing him and congratulated him for taking initiative. Also, since they're going out, they should invite Kim Ji-woo to thank her for all the time she has cooked for them. A few hours later, We see that they are already on their way home. The girl mentions that she's very full, and then thanks the protagonist for the invitation, but also lets him know that he ordered too much food. The protagonist reassures her not to worry, as he is the one paying, although he admits to himself that they indeed ordered a lot. Kim Ji-woo changes the topic by commenting that on the day of the match against Bologna, he was very popular. Every time he touched the ball, the girls got excited and shouted that he was very handsome. Kyung-han asks if he's serious. She ironically replies yes, and even says that their eyes were full of little hearts. The main character detects where this is going and asks to change the subject. She doesn't let go of the complaint and attacks with the argument that he did that cool gesture for those girls to see. To calm her, the guy clarifies that he did it for her. Hearing that surprised her, and so he wouldn't see her blush, she looked away. Jean asks her if she liked the celebration. She should tell him, not make that weird face. She responds by hitting him and asking him to stop being silly. No girl likes those things. The main character looks at her, smiles, and tells her that it's good to know she is still the same as always. She blushes and tries to hit him again, but he blocks her punch. Returning to the subject of the girls, the main character asks if she got angry because others encouraged him. She replies, no, there's no reason for that to bother her. The boy says that it's all right then, since it felt great to be cheered on by them, especially, but before he could finish speaking, the girl starts hitting him, asking him to shut up and focus on soccer instead. He, in a sarcastic tone, asks her to calm down. Just then, he notices that his father is not with them. Before he can worry, he sees him mesmerized, staring at a golf store. Kim comments that he looks like a child in a toy store. The protagonist, for his part, states that now he can finally give a gift to the one who has supported him so much. Later, the gentleman tells Jian that he shouldn't have spent money on that. The boy replies that it's okay to spend on things that make his loved ones happy. Besides, he should apologize for not being able to buy him a few more. The man thanks him and immediately starts using his new acquisition in the restaurant. He also shows someone passing by what his son had bought him. At that moment, Kim Ji-woo thanks him as well, though she wonders if she might have asked for too much. Jian tells her not to worry, because he owes her everything. She doesn't quite understand what he means, but before she can ask more, someone shows up and interrupts. With a polite tone, they turn to Jian and ask if he could give them an autograph after lunch. Everyone at the table was stunned. They really hadn't seen this coming. Right after, Jian says that if they really wanted his autograph, he could do it right then. The man nods, and out of nowhere, he opens his shirt to show he's a huge Fiorentina fan. He adds that he often watches the youth matches and that he saw him play just yesterday, so it would be an honor if he signed a jersey. The protagonist has no idea what's going on, but he doesn't turn it down, and right away the man lays a jersey covered in signatures on the table. He says he's had it since the 80s because he's gotten signatures from several legends, including Roberto Baggio. The names the old man mentions ring a bell for Jian, but not as much as for his father, who can't believe what he's seeing. The old man goes on to say that football has been his passion all his life, and that this is his most prized collection. It would mean a lot if such a talented young man signed it. The protagonist doesn't understand why he wants his autograph and tries to turn it down, not wanting to ruin something so valuable. The old man tells him not to worry. If he signs that jersey today, it will be worth much more. The protagonist says he doesn't think so, but the man replies that maybe not now, yet the day will surely come when he can proudly show off that new autograph he's getting today. With those words, Jian couldn't say no and signed right away. Afterwards, the man said goodbye, but not before thanking the young man. Kim Ji-woo recognizes how kind and courteous the man was, and even says she felt a mystical aura around him. The boy, smiling broadly, tells himself he truly hopes to go as far as the people whose names were signed on that jersey. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the coaches Luca and Tony were debating whether to include Jian in the lineup for the upcoming match. This is because their rival is none other than Juventus, Jian's former team. Speaking of that team, they show us how Jian was treated by his former teammates. They took advantage of his lack of language skills to insult him and intimidate him, both physically and mentally. Then, a message from his friend pulled him out of that painful memory. Here, she tells him she had just gotten out of class and heard he was playing today against Juventus, so she asked him not to cry before the game. Right after, she sends him a photo wearing the outfit he had given her, asking him to give it his all. Jian blushes, and more fired up than anyone, he answers that he won't cry and will go out to crush them all. Just seconds later, he regrets sending it, but it's too late. She had already replied. At that moment, the coach notices him, and with some care, he walks over and asks if he's feeling all right. Jian answers with determination that today, he truly intends to give a strong performance on the field. As he walks out of the locker room, the protagonist feels the team's energy is different from usual. Maybe it's because they're facing the league leaders, and with a win, they could take that spot. This match isn't just important to me. It's a classic that neither my teammates nor the coaches want to lose. At that moment, someone calls out Jian by his full name. He instantly recognizes the voice and thinks to himself it's the one who used to torment him. With arrogance, the guy says he never thought he'd see the coward again. In fact, he figured you had already quit football. But if you're stuck in weak Fiorentina, that's pretty much the same thing. Right, guys? Jian is furious, but he holds himself back to avoid any trouble. Just as he threatens to destroy him in the game, he gets shut up by a ball to the head. The one behind it was the captain, who apologizes, saying he was only passing the ball to Jian and his head happened to be in the way. Even after that, you still have such poor reflexes. If it had been our Jian, he would have handled it with ease. Then he pulls the protagonist away, announcing loudly that the football massacre is about to begin. The big guy doesn't take the insult lightly, so he decides he's going to break their legs in the match. John thanks the captain. He says there's no need to thank him. If someone bothers him, they're bothering all of them. Bruno appears, agreeing with the captain and letting the boy know that he now has a team backing him up. It's time to show those idiots how intimidating he can be on the field, and how strong the team he now belongs to is. Before starting, the coach changes the regular formation and orders the attackers to actively participate in defense, to protect against the opponent's attacks. With everything ready, the match begins. To everyone's surprise, Jian barely touches the ball and launches into the attack. The big guy doesn't understand what's happening. It's impossible for that weakling to break through alone. The coaches are pleased with what they have seen. After all, taking the opponent by surprise is also part of the plan. As the protagonist moves forward, his teammates also adjust to the pace. The big guy orders his players to mark. Jian, without any problems, dribbles past the first one who approaches him. Then, he spots Enzo and Bruno taking good positions to receive. With that in mind, he prepares a shot, but it was just a feint to trick the next defender and continues the advance. Coaches celebrate those moments of brilliance as if they were goals. Jian, on the other hand, keeps his eyes fixed on the field while running. For now, he has 3 of his teammates accompanying the play. At this moment, the ones who should be nervous are the opponents, as they have to guess which of the 3 he will pass the ball to. However, I have one more option, and that's the one I'll take, proceeding to unleash a tremendous shot that goes past the big guy and ends up crashing into the crossbar, going out of the field. The teammates regret that he missed, but they also congratulate him. The big guy doesn't understand how that damn guy plays like that. Enzo, who was coming back, asks him if he's scared, because if so, they won't be able to handle the ace of their team when he really gets serious. The match continues with possession by Juventus. The protagonist team, following the coaches and Jian's instructions, holds their positions with the intention of staying defensive until the opportunity arises to counterattack again. The boy knows that sooner or later they will try to advance. With that in mind, he starts analyzing how they would do it and quickly understands that they would use the wings. Before they got away, he quickly moved to cover the area while instructing his teammates to do the same. The opponents couldn't understand how he could so quickly anticipate their intentions. On the other hand, Tony highlighted how good the protagonist is at reading the field of play. Moreover, he now seems to be able to command his teammates more effectively, and they managed to frustrate the enemy's attacks more regularly. Although no goals were scored, the match was very close. Fiorentina occupied the spaces well while blocking the opponent's advance. When the opponent tried to push, they defended firmly, and if they managed to steal the ball, they launched an immediate counterattack. Thus, following Tony's instructions, the match remained closed during the first 20 minutes. Luca comments that in such a situation, sooner or later, one of the 2 teams will lose concentration. Tony supports that opinion by arguing that it is already happening, but it is the opponent who is getting desperate. Although they don't notice it, they are managing possession in a very advanced position, not realizing that this is very dangerous and will soon cost them. Next, we see Jian, who was attentive like a lion waiting for the opportunity. At that moment, the opponent's number 14 made a somewhat slow pass to his teammate. The big guy shouted at him to focus, but Gian was already moving to try to take possession of the ball. The captain of Fiorentina encouraged the team to follow Gian in pressing. Despite his speed, the boy did not manage to take possession of the ball, but he is not going to give up, so he continues at the same pace. He knows that with the opponent so far forward, their defense must be poorly positioned. For a while, Gian ran after the ball until he finally managed to get it to the central defender. He should have cleared the possession, but due to his rivalry with Gian, he didn't, which the protagonist took advantage of to force a one-on-one. The goalkeeper noticed his teammate's intention and attempted to ask him to pass the ball to the side. Obviously, he ignored it and sent a forward pass to resume the attack. Unfortunately, the pass was intercepted by Bruno, who was attentive to Gian's pressure. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to the hero. He used his body to keep the big guy at bay. Before he could throw it or something, Gian made a self-pass and managed to advance with the ball. Or, at least that's what he thought for a few seconds, as Geronimo slid in with a tackle and cleanly took the ball away from him. Tony, angry, was asking for a card for the big guy. On the other hand, Luca was asking for calm, as that had been a perfect tackle. The boy, about to fall, noticed that the referee was asking to continue the play. With that in mind, he decided it wasn't over yet, and, with a quick slide, managed to prevent Geronimo from clearing. Then, the ball was loose, and he immediately tried to recover it. Knowing that the defender was after him, he decided to shoot at the goal. The shot, despite not being very powerful, managed to go in since the distance was short. Before celebrating, Gian turned to look at the referee. Then, we see him shout the goal at the top of his lungs, and his teammates come to celebrate with him. With that, the match went 1-0 in favor of Fiorentina. Angry, Geronimo acknowledged that Gian had improved a lot. With great determination, he told him that he simply grew a bit, as he was too short before to face him. From that first goal, the match became more aggressive. From Juventus's perspective, it was unfair that after dominating possession for more than 20 minutes straight, they were behind on the scoreboard. The referee did everything possible to calm things down, but it was more than certain that the atmosphere would continue to escalate. Gian comments that he must stay calm, otherwise the match will get out of hand. The coaches also notice how heated everything is, especially since Gian cleanly outplayed the captain of Juventus. Returning to the game, every time the protagonist touched the ball, someone from the opposing team quickly ran to mark him. For fear of being hit, he always ended up passing the ball. The young man admits he's scared. However, he remembers telling Ji-woo that he wouldn't be intimidated, so he decides it's time to shine. With his senses in maximum concentration, he began to make nice moves and position himself better to try to advance. When he was closed in by opponents, his teammates quickly supported him by physically blocking and allowing him to progress. Although the first half was difficult, he ran joyfully and enjoyed that match like never before. At the start of the second half, the coach encouraged them to continue as they have been and to give everything they still had. Then, he tells Tony it's time to get in touch with director Vincenzo. Without exaggerating, the future of Fiorentina lies with Gian, and they should take him as soon as possible. Coach Tony asks him to calm down. The game is not over yet, but he agrees. It seems that today that boy understood what it is to enjoy football, not as a promise under pressure, but as a young man his age. Then, they start arguing whether he is handsome or not. But since we're not interested in that, we will skip to another location. Here, this guy asks his assistant to look for information about the number 20 of Fiorentina. By the way, this man is the new director of the Juventus youth team, and his name is Lothar Matthäus. The assistant, somewhat embarrassed, tells him that since he is new in Italy, he still doesn't know about the movements, but that boy was part of his team until recently, when his contract was terminated. Lothar, alarmed, asks why. The guy next to him responds that it was due to a lack of adaptation. He couldn't understand that shallow answer, so he asked for more information. A few minutes later, the Palookas remarks that he had thought this team was bad, but knowing that they let a future star like that go confirms to him that he must make changes immediately. Moreover, now he understands why there is no representation from the youth academy in the main team, but rather unnecessary purchases. If the management is so bad at handling things, it's no wonder they ended up losing the league this year. For now, I will start my management by firing all the blind ones who didn't notice that child's talent, and then I will create the best team possible. Returning to the match, 20 minutes have passed in the second half. The score is still the same, but the main player is quite exhausted. Coach Luca asks him with gestures if he wants to be substituted. To which he responds no, because today he wants to run until the end. It might be because he wants to surpass his former team, but it feels really great. Additionally, he told Ji-woo that he would destroy them, and he will. After the remaining minutes, the match ends with a score of 1-0 in favor of Fiorentina. For Jian, that victory was very important because he was finally able to close that chapter. And without thinking, he runs to his coaches to hug them for everything they have done for him. As night fell, while they were returning to Florence, we see Tony sending a message while saying that now Vincenzo will have to thank him. After 2 days, we see Kim Ji-woo checking her phone while commenting that it's not possible for Jian to still be so exhausted that he doesn't respond to her messages. At this time of day, he should already be awake, and not writing back is negligent. Besides, she is his only friend. It's not like he has many chats to respond to. In that moment, she remembers the other girls, so she assumes she's not the only friend of the guy now. However, he can't forget about her for so long. Isn't she important to him? Just then a notification arrives on her phone. She quickly checks and sees what she had been waiting for. A message from the protagonist, and not just any message, but one where he proposed having a date the next day. After the necessary time has passed, we find ourselves on the outskirts of the Artemio Franchi Stadium, home to Fiorentina's main team. There we see our two protagonists, who apparently will watch the match that weekend. The girl asks Gian why he didn't decide to come with his school friends instead, to which he replied that he doesn't feel comfortable with them and didn't want to come alone. "Are you saying you invited me as a last resort?" "It wasn't like that. I invited you because I feel good with you." Hearing that convinces the girl, who throws herself on top of the protagonist, telling him that he is her little baby. He, somewhat uncomfortable, asks her to let go of him immediately. She obeys and asks if he did not have training today. He replies, yes, but the coach gave him homework instead of training. To know what Gian was referring to, we go back 1 day in time. There, Coach Tony asked him not to come to training tomorrow and instead watch the match. The boy asked for what purpose, to which his superior replied that it was so he could rest. Moreover, it's a Serie A match. He might see some familiar faces. The young man isn't very convinced about missing a day of training. However, the coach yells that it's an order, scaring him quite a bit. Then, he jokes, saying it was a prank, but watching the game is real, and it's for him to analyze how the first division team plays and draw his own conclusions. Then he hands him 2 tickets. He, somewhat confused, questions why 2. The man, with a serious tone, responds that it's for him to take his girlfriend. From Gian's expression, the coach notices that apparently they are not together yet, so he blames Luca for talking too much. The lead, feeling embarrassed and betrayed, curses his coach. Back in the present, the girl shouts at the young man to pay attention, then informs him that they seem to have arrived too late, and by the time they get through the line, the game will already have started. Gian seriously grabs her arm while telling her not to worry about that, and quickly takes her somewhere else. There, he surprises the girl, as they were allowed to enter without waiting in line. This was because of the tickets the coach had given him, although he said it was because he would soon be playing there. It's illogical to make a player stand in line. Faced with such arrogance, the girl agrees, but points out that it's annoying when he acts like that. Then she asks him to hurry up so they don't miss any of the game. Upon arriving and seeing the stadium's atmosphere, both young people were impressed. She asks him if he will really play there someday, to which the protagonist answers yes. Ji-woo, in a mocking tone, tells him not to cry when he has to do it because many people will be watching. Gian gets angry and yells at him to stop calling him a crybaby, although he admits to himself that it would be a lot of pressure to play in front of so many people. But since that's not happening now, he won't worry about it. Later, in the 43rd minute of the first half, we see the players somewhat tired and irritated by the result. Gino, who is actually playing, curses the situation. Kim Ji-woo, who is not very familiar with the feelings of soccer, asks the boy if things are going wrong. He doesn't answer anything, as he is immersed in the game as if nothing else existed. The boy's concentration is interrupted by the angry shouts of the crowd after a missed shot by the team. Kim Ji-woo takes the opportunity to ask again what's happening, as he starts to feel a bit scared. The main character asks them not to worry. People behave like this because this should be an easy match, but the team is unable to score a goal and the first half is about to end. The girl understands, however, since Gian is more familiar with the strategies. She asks him what should be changed on the field to score goals. Before responding, he does a quick analysis of the match. Then, he mentions that at first glance, the problem is that they have an attack pattern that is too predictable. So much so that even the spectators notice that out of every 10 plays, most end in a cross and the defense easily neutralizes it. Even the coach realized it, but it seems they don't pay attention to him. Jian, upon seeing that his blood boils, says it's better not to move up to the main team for now, as that man really scares him. Ji-woo asks him to answer her previous question, to which he replies that it's simple. The team is lacking creativity. At the 15th minute of the second half, the protagonist's friend managed to deliver a perfect cross that caught the opponent by surprise, and with a powerful header, became the first goal of the match. The audience was shocked, while the scorer celebrated the feat. The kids were also excited, however. Jian, who was still in analysis mode, didn't understand how they managed it with the same move as always. The girl says that it seems like now they support the person they used to boo. The boy says that it is understandable, and at that moment he wonders how he would feel if so many people shouted his name. Since he didn't know how to answer himself, he asked Ji-woo how she would feel. She thought about it for a moment and said she would feel great. Since she was the one who raised him, it's normal for her to be proud. Although thinking about it, the name they should shout would be hers. Jian ironically agrees with her, and she angrily warns him that he will die if he treats her like a fool again. After calming her down, he says to himself that it is very good to know that if he succeeds, she would feel proud. At that moment, he notices that Ji-woo got goosebumps and lets her know. She, embarrassed, calls him a pervert for looking at her without her consent. Just at that moment, the protagonist's attention is drawn away by a foul on his former teammate. Extremely angry, he demands that the opposing player be given a red card. Yi-woo asks him if he knows him, and Jian replies yes. That boy was with him on the youth team until recently. That surprises Ji-woo. If that was the case, it means they are the same age, and it's amazing that they are already playing in the first division. The protagonist agrees with himself that the girl is right, also commenting that it is normal for Gino to be playing, because the main team currently lacks depth in the squad, and they rely on young players with good skills. Kim says that person is a football genius. Also, he must be more of a genius because being just 1 year older, he's already playing there. That comment annoyed the boy, who replied that in 1 year, he could be much further away. They are getting ready to take the free kick. With a powerful shot, the player made the crossbar shake, and taking advantage that the ball hadn't gone out, the same player headed it, completing a spectacular double that made the stadium buzz. Later, on the way to the girl's house, she thanked the protagonist for the outing as she had a great time. He is glad to hear that and regrets that today's game was so bad. She says not to worry about it. In the end, they won, and that's what matters. Upon reaching his destination, the young man says goodbye and instructs her not to stay up late because he has classes tomorrow. This order annoys her. However, she says nothing and just watches him leave. Then he shouts. He turns to see what she wants, and she smiles at him, saying that she really enjoyed the outing. Jian is left speechless, smiles and wishes her a lovely dream. The next day we met at the club's facilities. There, the coach asked Jian how it went. He answered well, but Tony was not talking about his date, but about the match. He wants to know the main character's opinion about what he observed. The boy, somewhat embarrassed, speaks with complete sincerity to the coach, commenting on how poorly the team is doing in terms of creativity and how predictable it is. Although before coming across as arrogant, he clarifies that it's easy to speak from the outside. But before he can say more, Tony agrees with him. In fact, he confirms that it's what everyone has noticed, including the coach Vincenzo. Tactics are easy to change, but when there are no players capable of diversifying the patterns, there's little they can do. By the way, Jian, do you think you would change things in the first division team? Those words terrified the boy. That is just insane. However, for Tony, it is not. He genuinely believes that Jian is the creative player they need. Seeing the young man's reaction, the coach tried to make the question seem less important, commenting that he wasn't asking him to join the first team immediately. He was just suggesting that he try. With that approach, Jian seems calmer and says he would like to try it, although he doesn't think he can do very well in a match of that level. Those words are liked by the coach, who says that's enough. It's understandable to feel overwhelmed just imagining playing in front of so many people, but you are still young and no one criticizes a young player when they do their best. Actually, they are encouraged. So, if in the future you get the chance, don't hesitate to take it. More motivated than a drug addict with money, Jian promises he won't hesitate if the opportunity arises. With that being said, he says goodbye to the coach. When the boy leaves the room, Tony quickly takes out his cell phone and calls Vincenzo, asking him to meet that week. Here we skip ahead a few days to the match between Fiorentina and Modena FC. Gian comments that he feels more watched than usual since that conversation. He also admits that it was because of Kim Ji-woo that he confirmed to Tony his desire to be in the first team. Just imagining everyone shouting his name and her watching him made him very excited. For now, he will stop thinking that he does everything for Ji-woo. There is no doubt that she was the trigger for all of this, but he also has to accept that he is putting a lot of effort into his training and matches. That same day, at sunset, we go to the main team's training field. There we see Tony arrive with Coach Vincenzo, who, looking surprised, asks him not to work so hard, as he sees him balder each time. Putting that aside, Tony asks him how he can continue living peacefully if the fans don't stop cursing him for the results. The bald man responds that it's a habit, and that paying attention to them won't change anything. Then, the youth coach questions whether there is a possibility that those in charge will give them more money this winter. Vincenzo says that he doesn't believe it. They might even lose Dusan. Then he asks Tony to tell him how things are going with the youth team. This one, with a smug look, says not as bad as the first team. Hearing that annoys Vincenzo a bit, who asks him not to brag so much, as he really feels envious of him. Tony, with some tact, asks him not to worry. Things will improve soon. The bald one doesn't believe it. Honestly, they only win by miracle. It's normal for the fans to want him out, but he really doesn't know what else to do. He lacks creativity on the field, and to top it off, Dusan, who keeps them afloat, doesn't want to renew his contract. Tony comments to himself that it's normal for Dusan to hesitate to stay there, as he's playing alone against everyone. Vincenzo says that if the team is not strengthened in the next transfer window, they will definitely lose him. Tony asks if they have any replacement in mind. The bald one says yes, but it depends on the money the president invests in the team. Then the conversation becomes more serious. Tony asks him to trust him. Vincenzo asks if he wants to return to the field. Then he laughs and comments that he is surely referring to what he asked for in the messages. Tony agrees with him. Honestly, he thinks they have a great playmaker in their hands. The boy's creative and can decide a match. He may still be very young, but he is completely convinced that he is the future of Fiorentina. Vincenzo understands the expectations of the youth coach, but entrusting the team to a player who is only 16 years old is a very risky bet. Tony downplays those words and argues that if they take advantage of it now, they might already have an undisputed starter in the squad by the end of the season. So you're asking me to focus on a young guy from the youth team instead of thinking about investing in the attack this winter, and let's hope it works out. Tony explains that they won't be hurt much. The money not used for signing players can be used to reorganize the team well for the next season. The bald guy thinks for a moment, then tells him that he trusts his judgment and knows he wouldn't take a risk if what he has on his hands wasn't something good. However, leaving half of the season to a 16-year-old prospect isn't easy. Even so, he will consider it if you show him something interesting. He asks if you have not seen the videos he sent you. Vincenzo remains silent for a few seconds and replies that he has been very busy lately. Tony is a bit disappointed because he had contacted him personally to prevent that from happening. However, you really need to see it. Vincenzo apologizes and says he will do it, but not now. Instead, on the field next Monday. By the way, the match Gian played that day ended 7-1 in favor of Fiorentina. 2 goals by the boy, and an assist before he was substituted at the end of the first half. Quickly, the indicated date arrived. Coach Luca waited for the boy outside the facilities. He asked him why, and he replied that he would train somewhere else. John did not understand what was happening, but he couldn't refuse. Later, the boy's face says it all. Coach Vincenzo asks him to relax, and immediately requests a substitution, so that Gian can join the training. Before seeing the protagonist's performance in the game, let's go back a few minutes in time. While walking through the main team's facilities, Gian keeps repeating that there are players there whom he had only seen on television, and even the star Dusan Vlahovic is present. At that moment, Luca asks him to pay attention because they're about to arrive with the coach. Gian greets him a bit nervously. The coach appears friendly with the boy, mentioning that he has heard a lot about him. The protagonist does not understand the situation yet. Vincenzo tells him not to worry, and that it will just be a regular training session. He quickly tells him to get dressed and warm up. As the kid walks away, he thinks about how kind the coach is, contrary to what he had imagined. However, He quickly changes his mind when he sees him yelling at the others. Jian feels that this is a chance to show what the youth team is capable of, so he convinces himself that he must make a name for himself on the field. Yes, surely the kids will appreciate it later, and the coaches will be proud of him. When Vincenzo is ready, he gives the necessary instructions. However, when asked if he understood, and the protagonist answers yes, he is shocked because his players usually do not understand anything. With that done, we return to the moment he was about to enter the training. While the boy positions himself, the coach watches him closely. Jian tells us that the strategy is to try to break through the middle, as they usually always attack from the sides and are easily neutralized. After Jian spoke with some members of the team, the bald one starts the training. To the protagonist's surprise, he ended up on Dusan's side. Despite the pressure, the boy kept looking around, memorizing how his teammates and opponents moved. At that moment, someone passes him the ball, and he controls it easily. Vincenzo is pleased that he has the habit of checking his surroundings. However, he warns that just moving like the others won't achieve anything. At that moment, the star forward starts moving in the opposite direction to where he should be. Meanwhile, Gian only advances with the ball at his feet when an opposing defender moves to close in on Vlahovic. He stops abruptly and asks for the pass. Gian, without hesitation, complies as he was marked by 2. The forward decided to pass it back with a first touch. That surprised Vincenzo, as he did not believe the child could communicate with the attacker. However, Gian quickly knew what to do, and with an outside foot shot, broke the offside line, leaving Dusan Vlahovic in a favorable position. With a left-footed shot, he sent the ball to the back of the net. The look on Vincenzo's face is priceless. He can't believe how that boy adapted to Dusan's playing style in just a few minutes. Luca, with a satisfied smile, says they haven't seen anything yet. Then, we see the young man face the team players head-on and surpass them as if they were on the same level. Moreover, when the game was not progressing, the young player strategically moved to create passing opportunities. By all accounts, the boy is the creative mind of the team. His passes are so precise and decisive that the forward is more than thrilled. All he does is receive them and finish the attack effectively. The coach says that finally someone is addressing the shortcomings that were never resolved, so he doesn't need to see more. She immediately takes out her phone and calls Tony. When he finally answers, excitedly, she asks him to promote Gian once and for all. At the end of the training, we see the boy more exhausted than usual. He acknowledges that the level of effort with the main team is out of this world, but he hopes he did well. Returning to the call, among the coaches, Tony flatly denies the option of promoting the boy to the first division. Vincenzo doesn't understand why, to which Tony argues that it's too soon and there are still things he needs to teach him. Even though the bald guy grumbled, he couldn't convince the guy with a wig. For his part, a distinguished person, as he described himself, stood in front of the protagonist, a player whom the fans applaud regardless of whether goals are scored or not. The majestic Dusan Vlahovic, who is staring at him with a somewhat terrifying expression. Gian imagines that he must have made a mistake on the field, and that's why he's there. However, the star, excited, asks him why he wasn't born 2 years earlier. If he had been, they surely would have already won a Champions League. The main character does not understand anything of what is happening, but before he can say a word, the veteran says goodbye, commenting that he really liked how he played today. Then he is told not to delay in joining the first team, leaving Gian stunned. At that moment, Coach Luca appears and warns him that he achieved something big. Being praised by a top player is just awesome. Besides, that guy has fought a lot. He may seem like a physical style forward, but his strengths are movement and connection. It's normal to be tired of this team if he's only receiving random crosses, but judging by his expression today, it seems he enjoyed it, and I think he liked your passes. Don't you think so, Gian? The main character, somewhat blushing, responds that it's not like he did anything special with someone who knows how to get away at the perfect moment and defines any pass in such a way that no matter how bad it is, it can end up in a goal. Luca places his hand on the young man's head and says it seems like he learned a lot today. He also tells him to feel proud of being praised by someone great. Nervously, Gian replies that the only thing that makes him happy is not having ruined his coach's reputation. At that moment, Vincenzo yells at the boy not to leave yet. Luca asks what he wants. He doesn't respond and just focuses on touching Gian all over. The protagonist, overwhelmed, walks away. Without losing composure, the coach asks him how much he weighs and how tall he is. Jian argues that 63 kilograms is his weight and his height is 1.76 meters, but that was about 2 months ago. On hearing that, the technician takes him by the arm to make sure for himself if he is telling the truth. When the required data is confirmed, the old man says to himself that Tony lied to him, although if he did not, then it means that the boy is still in a growth stage. Keeping that in mind, he asks Jian to step off the machine, then he acknowledges Tony's point because if he overtrains during his growth spurt, he could get injured, and that would be the end of the young man's career. The bald man doesn't know how he should proceed, then smiles, and loudly says he didn't expect to have a fight with Tony over a youth player. Jian asks what he means. He replies that it is nothing. Then he tells him that from now on, he will eat according to a diet made especially for him. Jian, who is hungry, was amazed as soon as they mentioned food and promised to eat everything as soon as he gets home. Before letting him go, the old man tells him that they will see each other next week. This is because from now on, he will train with both teams. Hearing that leaves both characters stunned, however, when Vincenzo asks them to imagine the idea that they will be able to play in a team game. They are literally speechless. Having said that, she asks him to get ready because today she will take him home. Luca asks if him too, to which Vincenzo replies no and leaves with a big smile on his face. Meanwhile, we see Tony in his office preparing a document with specific rules on how both he and Vincenzo will handle Jian so they don't end up burning him. He keeps mentioning that, although it's good news for the young man, he feels like he's losing a son in the process. Moved to another location, we focus on Yiwu, who receives a call from Li Jian. She responds sarcastically, asking if he has missed her a lot. He, ignoring that, tells her to help him because he has caused a fire. Without a second thought, the girl rushed to the protagonist's house. When she arrived, he greeted her as if nothing had happened. She, concerned, asked where the fire was and if he was okay. The boy replied that everything was fine and that what had caught fire was what he had in his hands. She, extremely angry, warned him that she would kill him the next time he scared her like that. Jian defended himself by arguing that she had hung up the call and did not listen to him completely. Besides, she also didn't answer when he tried to call her again. Once she calmed down, she admitted that as soon as she heard the word fire, she rushed out. She was in such a hurry that she didn't think clearly. Jian appreciated the concern, but also called her an overreactor. Then he noticed that she was barefoot and had run the entire distance from her house to here, so he felt a bit guilty. Returning to the topic of what had been burned, Ji-woo asked if he had tried to char his soccer shoes. He somewhat embarrassedly replied that it was actually his first dish. Ji-woo, terrified, commented that she didn't understand how a white fish turned into that. John explained what the coach had asked him about the meals and how he tried to follow the plan, but failed miserably. The girl, feeling a bit smug, asked if he now understood how difficult it is to cook and how amazing she is as an older sister. John reluctantly ended up admitting that the girl was right and thanked her for always helping him. She proudly stated that she is the best, while the protagonist lowered his head. He did not understand why he could never beat him at anything. He normally did not behave that way, but as soon as Jibu arrived, all his thoughts worked poorly. The girl asked him if his diet was to gain weight and why he had to do it now. He replied, yes. In that, he saw an opportunity to show off, so he mentioned that he needed to prepare to play with the veterans. Apparently, he was someone indispensable for both teams, and the coach knew it. Ji-woo initially did not understand anything he heard, but when the boy told him it was because he was now part of the first team, he got very excited, and before the protagonist realized it, he went where he belonged. John asked her what she was doing, and she replied that from now on she would be in charge of her nutrition. In record time, she prepared breakfast and lunch. Changing location, we see the protagonist during his break about to enjoy his lunch. He couldn't help but comment that the presentation looked very nice. Someone else who also noticed this was Coach Vincenzo, who came over and said something similar, but added that his girlfriend probably did it. Then, he teased the boy for getting nervous and revealed that it was Tony who told him that secret. Jian, through clenched teeth, said she wasn't his girlfriend, just a friend. Yeah, sure, dude, I believe you. It's totally normal for a friend to make such a nice lunch for you, said the coach. While encouraging him to eat, she spoke to him about the things he had to do from now on and the ones he should avoid. The boy was listening, but couldn't stop thinking about how great Kim Ji-woo was when it came to cooking. Suddenly, the rice went down the wrong way. Alarmed, he took out his water and started drinking to avoid choking. Vincenzo, also scared, asked him not to die because both of their careers would be over. When the shock passed, a call came in from the coach Tony. Before answering, the boy asked for permission and Vincenzo gave it to him without any problems. When he started talking to Tony, the bald guy got angry and asked for the phone. Diane, terrified, did not hesitate to give it to him. The coach asked Tony not to bother the kid during his lunch hour and hung up on him. Angry, Pelucas called Vincenzo bald and insisted on getting back in touch with the young man. For his part, the old man focused on rejecting all the calls while saying it was not cool to bother a kid with so many calls. Gian commented to himself that he didn't understand what was happening between those two, but apparently, so many calls were to remind him of the match he would have that weekend as a visitor against Parma Football Club. This opponent was supposed to be tough, having won 3 consecutive matches thanks to their wonderful defense. However, I don't know why it was enough for me to just focus, and I easily managed to break through their defensive wall. I don't know if it was because I trained with the first team, but I managed to score one goal after another without realizing it. In fact, I got my first hat trick in Italy, something I still can't believe. Before the end of the first half, Tony decided to substitute me and congratulated me on my performance. Then, he asked me not to be surprised by what he was going to say, but that it was very important. Instead of telling us what it was, they show us Vincenzo, who was holding the stencil they would use in the next Serie A match. In this one, unsurprisingly, the name of our main character was seen among the substitutes. Moving straight to the day of that match, we see Gian listening to the coach's instructions. Despite knowing that he is a substitute and might not play, he can't help but feel anxious. Such is the pressure of sharing a locker room with the first team that he cannot hear the coach's instructions. She wonders if when they walk out that door and hear the fans' cheers, she won't be more afraid. Even though he was given the opportunity, he doesn't know if he can meet those expectations. But he remembers that it's more likely that he won't play and manages to calm himself. Cristiano Biraghi, the captain of the team, approaches him. He suggests staying focused and asks him to follow. John gets up and tells himself that he must prepare mentally to face what's coming. This is the 9th match day of the league. Fiorentina is playing at home against Genoa, so the stadium is packed. On one of the stands, Gian's engines can also be found. Obviously, I mean his father and his girlfriend. His friend. She, somewhat uncomfortable, mentions to her father-in-law that the shouting is crazy. He agrees, and adds that it's nothing like the youth games. Excitedly, the girl says she didn't expect to see her Gian in such a stadium so soon. The young man's father says something similar, but he also remembers the moment when the protagonist asked him to join him in that game. Even though he had a lot of work, he couldn't miss something so important. I will never forget this day. Ji-woo asks if he thinks the young boy will play. He responds, no, but still. Having a 16-year-old boy called up as a substitute on the first team is incredible. Even if he doesn't play today, it's an important day. Don't you think, Ji-woo? The girl replies, yes, however, she adds, having a feeling that Jian-si is going to play. Returning with the previously mentioned, he is already on the substitute bench. Even though the audience probably didn't notice, he can't stop feeling watched. When that feeling passes, he focuses on watching the game. It doesn't take long for him to realize that even though they're playing against the team in last place on the table, and his team has taken the initiative, they can't score a goal. The reason is the same as always. No matter how much Vincenzo asks them to do something else, the team only attacks by advancing up the wing and using the center to the area as a last resort. Despite having a good center forward, the ball doesn't reach him because the defenders know the play. This time, just like the last time, the fans are shouting and swearing for them to play well. They always do the same thing and achieve nothing. Gian gets upset by what he hears, wondering if others don't feel anything about so many insults. The coach is aware of the fans' lack of patience, and he agrees with them because even he would get tired of seeing a team do the same thing all the time. At that moment, one of the centers managed to get through the defense, and Dusen didn't let them off, scoring the first goal. Even though all the substitutes and even Gian celebrated, the fans booed them. They say they only score lucky goals, that after so many crosses, it's normal for one to end up as a goal. However, that's for mediocre people. Gian doesn't understand why, even though he scores goals, the fans aren't happy. Also, so many insults are raining down on the bald guy that he starts feeling bad for him. Just when he was thinking about it, the director looked at him and made him feel true terror. However, when he exchanged glances with the young man, the old man smiled confidently. At the 10th minute of the second half, a cross is deflected by a defender's leg, changing its trajectory. Dusan, hungry for a goal, noticed it could be an opportunity. He slid in and managed to score his second goal. Once again, the fans booed, as this was another lucky goal. The boys didn't understand what was happening. No matter how badly they're playing, they are winning. That's what should matter, says Ji-woo. The gentleman replies that this is normal, but it seems that fun is also important, and if they are not able to provide that, it is not worth watching. Even I am somewhat bored of watching the same play all the time, the gentleman states. Ji-woo says it's more fun when Jian plays, and the man agrees. However, he knows it's very unlikely that will ever happen. At that moment, his pupil dilates because they see something surprising about to happen. The protagonist is coming off the bench and seems about to make his professional debut in Serie A. Coach Vincenzo hugs him, and the only instruction he gives him is the following: go in and do whatever you want. A Jian hungry for goals takes a step forward, promising to follow that instruction to the letter. In the previous episode, we met Jian, a boy with a unique talent for soccer, although he had no desire to keep fighting for it. But fate forced him to return, and what a comeback it was. We saw him transform into a real beast, climbing in a matter of weeks from Fiorentina's youth team to the first team, sharing the locker room with stars like Vlahovic, Biraghi, and many more. The last image we have of him is about to debut in Serie A, in front of an expectant stadium. Will he be ready to prove that his talent knows no bounds? Can he keep up with the giants? It's time to find out. As always, he high-fives the teammate he is replacing while signaling a formation change to the others. He can't stop thinking about how amazing it is to step onto a Serie A field for the first time. However, he must set aside sentimentality for later. The captain orders everyone to follow the boys' direction, changing the tactic from 4-3-3 to 4-2-3-1. Jian's position, as expected, is offensive midfielder, right behind the veteran Vlahovic, and he will be responsible for connecting the midfield with the attack. On the other hand, the opponent, despite being behind on the scoreboard, continues to maintain a defensive tactic, something Jian has studied a lot from the bench and believes he knows how to handle. Quickly, he approaches a teammate who doesn't hesitate to pass him the ball. In fact, the veterans are somewhat tired, so whenever they can, they pass the ball to the poor boy. Despite that, he is not bothered. He knows deep down what he must do. The Genoa players are leaving the flanks uncovered with the intention of forcing attacks there that end in easy-to-block crosses. With that in mind, the young man decides to do the opposite. With great determination, he charges through the center. This angers the opponents, as that kid is surely underestimating them. John smiles, letting them know that he truly feels he can do it. One of them tries to steal the ball from him, however, Jian moves it to the side and manages to dodge him easily. Despite getting past the first one, he is aware that he still has a big defensive wall in front of him, although it's not as if he is alone. The striker shows himself and without hesitation passes the ball, surpassing that line of defense. Vlahovic congratulates him on the good pass. However, Jian doesn't hear him because he's focused on the play, advancing and asking for the ball again. As expected, the veteran delivered a perfect pass and, like Jian, moved quickly to keep up with the play. His overtaking was so fast that the protagonist wondered if he had two bodies. Taking advantage of the forward's physical composure and being close to the goal, he made the final pass. Despite knowing that Dushan would possibly shoot at the goal, the boy continued to follow the play. At that moment, the veteran fixed his gaze on the boy and immediately made a surprise Rabona pass that left the entire opposing defense out of position. Jian, who hadn't stopped running, saw the opportunity and received the ball. Everything went silent at that moment. The only thing that crossed the young man's mind were the faces of those he wanted to make proud. As if only the ball and he existed, he kicked in complete solitude. The eyes of the girl, his father, and his teammates saw exactly when the ball entered the goal. Jian shouted with excitement, even though everything seemed like a dream. In fact, if it really was a dream, when did it happen? Was it from the signing of the contract, or when he joined the first team? But before continuing to question the surreal nature of that moment, the forward hugged him and congratulated him on that wonderful play. Right there, the protagonist realized that this was not a dream. He had indeed scored a goal in his debut with the first team, and now everyone was celebrating it. With Jian's goal, the score was 3-0 in favor of Fiorentina. The team's defender congratulated him, as he knew it was no coincidence that he surpassed him in training. Cristiano Baraghi asked everyone to stop bullying him. If they treated him with so little respect, they would have problems with the coach. Then, he pushed him towards the fans so they could enjoy what he had caused. The boy thanked the captain for his kindness, but before he knew it, he was in front of a stadium chanting his name, just as he had once imagined. Additionally, knowing that his loved ones were watching made him feel incredible, and he thanked everyone for trusting him. That gesture stirred up the crowd even more, so much that Gian felt a bit regretful for raising his arm, as it probably seemed arrogant. Dushan approached and told him that it was better to prepare. Scoring a goal in an unofficial debut would change his life. The boy didn't understand what the veteran meant, and no matter how much he begged for an explanation, he never got one. The match ended with the score of 3-0, something Gian celebrated, although he never imagined his upcoming reality. Not only did his father and friend watch him play, but many more people also watched. While the boy was gathering his things from the locker room, he couldn't stop trembling, commenting that the only good thing was that he did a good job and he would soon meet with Kim Yi-woo and his father for lunch. At that moment, the captain crosses his path. He asks him what he was planning to do. Perhaps he would leave as if nothing. Vlahovic intervenes, stating that he had already warned him. In fact, if it were him, he would have already escaped through the back door. Biragi tells him that he will have to pay the price for scoring a goal before his official debut. Gian still doesn't understand what they're referring to. Is there a rule against scoring before debuting? If so, he assumes they'll punish him as soon as they get home. Seconds later, the protagonist understands what his veterans were referring to. The audience that watched him play is waiting for him excitedly outside the stadium to take pictures and sign things. Biragi reminds him again that it was because of his goal in the unofficial debut. Gian, who did not expect that at all, panics and tries to back out. However, Cristiano doesn't let him, asking him to take responsibility. For now, there are two options. The first one is, I'm dead tired, so get lost and I'm leaving. Or the second one, I'm going to take pictures and sign with all my heart. Gian is astonished because he knows that there is actually one acceptable option. The first one is literally to become garbage to people. In the end, he made the right choice and signed everything he could while the captain was with him. The fans were so thrilled with the young man's performance that they were asking for him to be in the starting lineup for the next match. This was the only thing he could do to thank the kind words. Biragi, as a good captain, helped him out by asking people not to put too much pressure on him, since he was only 16 years old and needed to be taken care of. Additionally, if they wanted more autographs, he could give them. Hearing that made the fans angry, who replied that in order to have his autograph, they better have nothing. The captain couldn't control himself and tried to fight with the people. While the boy was getting on the bus, he remarked that the captain is incredible. Despite all the insults, he doesn't lose motivation. At that moment, someone from inside the vehicle questioned him as to why he was taking so long. Then, all the veterans started complaining about still being there, blaming Gian. He didn't know what to do or say, but Biragi saved him again by asking everyone not to bother him to that extent, as it could make him cry. Then, everyone laughs at the boy because it was a joke. While the main character moves to his place, they thank him because it's the first time in a long time that they weren't insulted so much when leaving. Also, today, he played like a pro. The boy appreciates the words. Then he says he's more tired than ever, but forgets it when he sees people shouting his name outside the bus. He doesn't understand how they are still there. Even so, to show it to Kim Yi-woo, he takes a picture of them, and that ends Jian's first day with the main team. Then we see the boy arriving at the training field for the under-17 team. Here, he says to himself that it seems he boasted for no reason. Then we are shown that when he showed Yi-woo the picture, she asked if he now wanted a superstar treatment or something like that. Jian didn't know what to say. In fact, just remembering it makes him feel very embarrassed. However, his father exposed Yi-woo, and she confessed that every time the young man kicked the ball, she would shout that he looked great. The man mentioned so many times when that happened that the girl, almost with tears in her eyes, asked him to please stop. Back to the present, the boy is intercepted by Coach Luca, who loudly says, "Welcome pride of the academy, the youngest scorer of the club, the ace of the team." Jian asks him to lower his voice. Someone might hear him. However, it's too late. Someone from behind agrees with the coach. These are the youth players who say that the protagonist's performance was incredible. Jian, seeing them, smiles with some sadness because this will be his last day with them, as he is now officially part of the first team. The boys are happy to see him and congratulate him for the goal in his debut. They also let him know that they are aware he will be leaving the team, but it's what everyone wanted. They don't feel bad. On the contrary, they will soon be playing with him in the first team. Bruno approaches the kid to tell him that he is truly a genius. Gian denies it. However, Bruno's arguments are so good that they almost convince him. At the end of the talk, Bruno asks him not to forget them, where he came from, and also to recommend them to all the higher-ups as soon as he can. Gian does not know what to say, but before he can do so, the coach interrupts them, saying that it's time to leave. The boy quickly takes the opportunity to escape and says goodbye to everyone. Honestly, I really like this moment. We must not forget that they were with Gian in his worst moment and supported him during the Juventus issue. Continuing the story, the young man arrives with Luca at the first team's training ground. Here, motivated to uphold the name of the under-17s, he shouts that at last, the youngest of the youth team's promises has joined the first team. This shout caught all the veterans off guard, who focused their attention on it. They approached with curiosity. Gian couldn't handle the pressure, so he ran off while 3 of the veterans chased after him to help him train. This, from a distance, is observed by Vincenzo, who sees him as somewhat small in build. Additionally, he comments that the next opponent is Sampdoria FC, so he might get hurt. Returning to the boy, he is in a somewhat uncomfortable position, as 2 of his elders are forcing him to choose which of them is uglier. Gian refuses, but they insist he must decide one way or another. Faced with such behavior from his comrades, Biragi feels obliged to help him, so he signals him to choose him. Quickly, the boy chooses the captain, causing the other 2 to mock him by calling him old. Biragi, in a serious tone, asks the boy to accompany him. As they walk away, the others jokingly ask the captain not to punish the rookie for telling the truth, which angers Biragi. When they are in a more private place, he gives the protagonist something to drink, and, while they hydrate, explains that the others behave that way because they want to get along with him. Besides, although they seem like crazy people during the break, when it comes to playing football, they take it very seriously. That said, he wishes you luck in understanding them and asks you to go out and train. The fact that Biragi saw so much in him and listened to him was something Gian appreciated from the bottom of his heart. For many, he might not be the best captain, but for him, in just a few days, he had become a role model to follow. When they return to the field, they see Giacomo Bonaventura trying to pull off the pants of the bald Riccardo Saponara. After a while, he succeeds, and they start running all over the field. The captain feels a bit embarrassed, saying that he hopes Gian is not as weird as they are, but he cannot let them have fun alone, so he runs after his comrades as well. While they were having fun, Gian watched them somewhat disappointed. Later, the training begins. Here, nobody was playing or treating the boy like a rookie. In fact, Gian realized this at the first contact with Riccardo, who without thinking, knocked him down with a strong tackle. Gian at that moment questioned how he should play against people with such formidable physiques. Moreover, how did Mr. Torreira manage to endure a training of that category? With great enthusiasm, he got up and immediately tried to recover the ball. However, the result of going against someone with more physical strength than him was the same. Once again, he ended up on the ground. While the boy compared him to a wall, the bald guy bragged about his big and strong muscles. After a while, the coach stopped the training so everyone could rest. There, we see Gian completely exhausted, and Biragi and Dushan making fun of him. Then, the defensive midfielder Lucas Torreira comes onto the scene and asks him if he's okay. The young man replies yes, but acknowledges that it was quite a tough first part. Torreira understands what he means, although what he doesn't understand is why he played so differently compared to before. Gian, ignoring that question, asks him how he manages to face opponents who are physically stronger than him, being so small. Initially, Torreira doesn't know how to explain it, but he summarizes his game in 3 words: no physical fights. The young player feels a bit lost, since that is something inevitable, especially when playing in a defensive position. Torreira responds that, in part, he is right, but he simply throws himself to the ground every time he is hit, causing strategic fouls. Moreover, since he is small, the referee almost always falls for the fake moves. He often emphasizes the little need to face gorillas like a certain person who is watching them, but whose name he will not mention. In fact, watching him play in the last match, it reminded him of David Silva, the Spanish player. Vlahovic also shares this opinion, asking him if he knows him. If not, they can only tell him that he was an attacking beast. Not even the best defenders in the English Premier League could stop him. He had good footwork, moved quickly, and always avoided physical fights. By any chance, don't you think his style is similar to yours? The veteran asks him. Gian denies resembling someone so talented. However, Torreira asks him not to be so modest and emphasizes that he really has a very similar style to Silva. If he manages to master that style of play to the fullest, he will surely go very far. Also, you are a genius. Don't obsess over your weaknesses. Focus on your strengths instead. With that new approach, the boy promises himself to stand out. The coach, who has been attentive to everything that has happened, comments to himself that the protagonist is struggling to find his style in training. Today, he has opted for a more physical game than usual, and if he continues like this, he might not be called up for the next match. The second part of the training begins. Here, Gian had already internalized what Torreira had said. When he saw Saponara approaching him with the intention of a physical confrontation, he decided to ignore him. By simply looking at who had the ball at their feet, he knew what to do, moving forward to receive a very accurate pass. Gian's team members congratulate him as they run alongside. When blocked by the defense, he passes the ball and moves forward to receive it again. Seeing him move so easily among the veterans, Vincenzo is very happy, as it was what he hoped to see today. To wrap up the attack, the boy centers the ball towards the forward, who, as if under no pressure, heads it and scores the goal. Moving to another place, we see an independent journalist chasing a man, whom he asks what he thinks about the young player who played in Fiorentina in the last match, and if he was worried. The guy responds that he simply doesn't care. The only thing he asks is not to put him in the next game because he doesn't want to be the team that injures a 16-year-old boy. By the way, this guy is Roberto D'Aversa, manager of Sampdoria. From here, we move to the day when match day 10 will be played. On the bus on the way to the game, we see Gian reading messages from his friend. She is practicing Italian with soccer articles that mention the main player. Though he doesn't like it, he can't help but correct and assist her. Those words from that coach kept echoing in his mind. Will that team try to hurt me so I understand what professional football is? Gian wonders. When he was about to write to Kim about stopping reading articles about him, he was interrupted by the captain, who asked if he was talking to his girlfriend. Gian, alarmed, replied that she was not his girlfriend, just a friend. Biragi did not believe him and, faster than the neighbor next door, informed everyone about the alleged relationship of the boy. The seniors were very interested in the girl and overwhelmed the young man with all sorts of questions. Arriving at match time, we settled into Luigi Ferrari's stadium. There, we discovered that the main player is a substitute, just like in his first game. This is because the coach was somewhat concerned, as the opponent was very physical and it could be dangerous to play from the start. Even so, he asked him to be ready. A few minutes after the game started, the boy commented that it didn't look dangerous. Maybe it was because everyone was strong, but it didn't seem like they wanted to hurt each other. Compared to Genoa, this team was more withdrawn in defense. Additionally, their players were too tall. They made Vlahovic look like a normal guy when he is 6 feet 3 inches tall. The first half remained as it started. Neither team took the lead, and nothing interesting happened. When the protagonist tried to head to the locker room with the others, Vincenzo stopped him and asked him to warm up because he would be going in for the second half. Meanwhile, the others ran as fast as possible to the locker room because the coach was very angry. Gian thanked Vincenzo for his consideration and immediately got into the mindset to destroy the opponent, recalling the words of the opposing coach in the articles Kim had sent him. The second half started. With the game tied, the pressure on the young player was higher than usual. Despite that, he decided to play as he always did. While his team maintained possession, he moved around looking for space to exploit. However, something was different. The defensive formation that Sampdoria had kept in the first half was changing. Now, they were pressing very high up the field. For Gian, it was a surprise, but not a worry, as there were many spaces to move forward. In fact, he already decided his route and, after leaving the defender behind, requested the ball. Bonaventura wasted no time and passed it to him. While the ball was coming his way, the main character thought about beating the defense with first touch passes. But before he could even touch it, a defender tackled him, sending him flying. The boy quickly recovered. Even though he didn't expect it, Gian took it well and said it was less painful than the hits he received during training. Someone who didn't take that foul well was Ricardo Saponara, who quickly confronted the big guy. Gian tried to stop him, however, the veteran asked him not to get involved. The referee intervened before things got worse. Captain Baragi also stepped in and asked Saponara to calm down. The only thing they could do now was to stop holding back and play as if it were the last match. Gian was amazed at how important he was to his colleagues. Then he faked pain to motivate them even more, although seconds later, he wondered if he had exaggerated too much. Still, he felt great to be part of something so big. The referee gave a card to the defender and asked him to be careful. The guy, angry, replied that that boy was simply too weak to play football. Milenkovic heard this and, angry, asked him to repeat it. Before another fight broke out, Baragi intervened. Gian, who didn't know that side of his colleague, was a bit stunned. But that feeling passed when the big guy looked at him kindly and asked if he was okay. Going back to the match, the main character seemed a bit distracted thinking about Kim Yi-woo. Vlahovic put him back into the game by passing him the ball. He apologized and started running. With great precision, he passed it to Jose Callejon, who got into a physical dispute with the opponent who tried to mark him. As the intensity of the match increased, the boy didn't know what to do. His physical presence didn't contribute anything, so he couldn't hold on to the ball for long. For that reason, he decided that even without the ball, he would move all over the field until the opportunity appeared. Going back to a time before the match, the coach of Sampdoria asks all his players not to allow Fiorentina's number 20 to play as he pleases against them. In that match, they must show him what it means to face a high-level professional team. Returning to the present, the boy is closed off by 3 defenders on the left side of the field without having the ball. The one leading that strategy asks him if he can do something now. Gian, without hesitation, raises his hand and asks for the ball. Torreira quickly passes it to him. Before receiving, the big guy threatens to run him over. However, the main character reminds him that he already has a card and easily dodges him. Despite that beautiful feint, he still hasn't managed to get out of that defensive fence. Here he recalls a fact about Vlahovic's preferences, and with that in mind, he decides to keep the ball in his possession for as long as possible. Despite being surrounded by 3 veteran players, the kid dribbled as if there was no tomorrow, and just as he was about to be tackled by 2 of the 3 players at once, he made a back-heel self-pass that left them all fooled. With this, he finally broke free from their marking, and knowing the striker would surely be in the center, he sent a precise pass that turned into the team's first celebration. Since that goal, the course of the match was more manageable for Fiorentina. While Gian advanced to create scoring opportunities, his teammates protected him, allowing him to dance past all the opponents with great audacity. In a joint play with Dushan, they managed to be back in the same position as when they scored the first goal. The only difference was the number of defenders marking Gian and the forward. However, this, instead of being a disadvantage for the attackers, turned out to be a gift as they neglected Torreira, who almost alone infiltrated through the center, taking Dushan's place and received a low pass from Gian that ended up becoming the winning goal. The referee ended the match 10 minutes after the midfielder's goal, something Gian was thankful for because he was really exhausted. The veterans quickly caught up to him to congratulate him on his great performance on the field. After giving him their respective praises, they started teasing him again, this time for being a beast on the field, but off it, being as gentle as a lamb. The young man didn't know what to do, but the captain defended him again, although he asked him to prepare for what was coming next. The boy asked what he meant, but they didn't tell him. A few minutes later, we see Kim Yi-woo and the boy's father surprised by what they're watching on TV. Then they show us the main character scared to death for being in the middle of an interview after being chosen as the best player of the match. The journalist congratulates him on the result and asks if, from the moment he had entered, he knew what he had to do to win. Gian, nervous, just replies that he took advantage of the spaces and his teammates finished, as they know how to do it. While the young man tries to speak, the veterans are with the cameraman making fun of him. The one in the suit asks him for explanations of the creativity demonstrated on the field. The young man, as expected, doesn't know what to say. The father wonders why they leave him alone at that moment. However, Yi-woo finds the boy's attitude endearing. To conclude the interview, the reporter asks the young man if he has any words for his new fans who consider him a genius. The protagonist denies being one in Korean, but quickly switches back to Italian and thanks the support, promising to be better than he is to make them proud. The boy's father, who understood everything, knows that the protagonist is not talking to his fans, but to Yiwoo. She, on her part, does not understand what Jian said because she still hasn't mastered the language. Then, the journalist asks another question, this time about who he thinks of when he plays. This catches the young man off guard, but before he can even answer, the veterans step forward and reveal that his motivation is his girlfriend. Although Jian tried to clarify, the journalist didn't let him and asked him to say a few words to her. The young man, under pressure, ended up thanking Kim Yiwoo for always being there for him, and indirectly admitting that she was his girlfriend. While the guy wraps up the interview, Jian can't stop thinking that he made a catastrophic blunder. His father, who understood everything, wonders whether he should protect the boy or not, since Yiwoo is asking him what the protagonist had said. The girl, the next day, confronts Jian about why he's saying strange things to the media. He pretends not to understand and tries to ignore her. However, she insists that he explain why he's telling everyone that she is his girlfriend and not to play dumb because her father told her everything. The protagonist is stunned. He cannot believe that his father has betrayed him in this way. Kim Yiwoo sarcastically says, "Are you so in love with your friend that you're bragging that I'm your girlfriend?" The boy, embarrassed, denies having said that and asks her to hurry up. She asks him to wait, and as he stops abruptly, she bumps into him. Here, the tension between both increases to critical levels, as they both care about each other. After that, we see Jian a bit disappointed for not having grown at all and only having gained 1 kilogram of weight, despite having been eating 5 meals a day. He is concerned, so he asks the club's doctor if that scale wasn't broken. The guy replies that he is fine, and the best thing he can do is go train. Jian leaves, but he can't stop thinking about growing up quickly. This is because he feels like a burden to everyone, and although he is grateful that they protect him, he thinks that if he were in better shape, it would be much better for everyone. Another thing he mentions is that the interview not only brought consequences with Yiwoo. Now, from the moment he leaves the house until he arrives at the stadium, everyone cheers for him. This is good. However, he knows that he is under public scrutiny, and no matter how well he does things, if he fails even once, everyone will judge him. At that moment, the veterans interrupt him. He greets them thinking it was for something important, but they just wanted to know who would win in a fight, a hippopotamus or a rhinoceros. Before he can respond, he is called by the captain to start training. Jian quickly heads towards him, excited, because if he manages to stand out that day, they might let him play as a starter in the next game. Later, we see the young man stayed late training until Vincenzo asks him to stop. He then explains several things to him and says goodbye to the boy. He tells us that the next match is very important. They will play against Roma, which is currently in 7th position in the league, and they are in 8th. With that in mind, the young man says that he used to look at the stars and wonder what it felt like to be so high up, but now, for some reason, it is not something that matters to him. What he does want is to keep his place in the team as a starter. After that night, we go to the Olympic Stadium in Rome. Here we see the young man warming up and somewhat worried about starting as a starter. At that moment, the assistant coach intercepts him to ask if he is okay. He, somewhat nervous, says yes. This pleases the coach, who tells him that he will explain again the role he will play today. As they had already mentioned to him, his focus in this match is defensive since the player Lorenzo Pellegrini is the key player of the other team and very good at creating plays. The idea is to neutralize him at all costs. If they succeed, the offensive power of Roma will be greatly diminished. Jian, motivated, accepts the responsibility and privately tells himself that he will not betray the trust the coach placed in him by allowing him to play in such an important match. Before starting, the players greet each other. Jian is so focused on Lorenzo Pellegrini that every detail catches his attention. That said, the game begins. Roma's players pass the ball backward, waiting for Fiorentina's reaction. The latter, following the captain's orders, do not launch an attack but keep their line. Just at that moment, the ball is passed to Pellegrini. This guy quickly moves, but before he can make a play, he is intercepted by Jian. The young man's pressure bothers the veteran, who decides to pass the ball back to one of his teammates and keeps moving around the field. The main character tries to keep up, but when a similar move happens again, he can't keep Lorenzo at bay, who uses his body to shake off the boy's pressure. The main character tries to get back on his feet, but before he can do so, the veteran unleashes a powerful shot that misses by inches. Jian's spirits at that moment dropped significantly. However, the captain was there to give him advice instead of judging him. From that shot onward, the control of the match tilted in favor of Roma. Moreover, the protagonist was outpaced by Pellegrini at every moment. Although thanks to Fiorentina's defense and the guy's poor aim, it wasn't much of a threat. Even his own teammates started complaining about him for trying to score from so far away. He, without much concern, apologized to them and promised to play better. He fulfilled those words exactly. His good performance increased further, and in fact, the 16-year-old young man was no match for him. If we talk about offensive opportunities, the protagonist had none. Every time he touched the ball, he felt an impenetrable wall rise behind him, and he couldn't move forward. With the score unchanged, the first half ended. However, Jian seemed more affected than usual. For the first time, he didn't know what to do on the field to change things. In the locker room, the coach encouraged them to keep up the good work from the first half. Jian was asked if he was okay and if he could keep up the pace. Although he was panting, he responded positively, saying he would request a substitution if he couldn't continue. With that settled, Vincenzo ordered them to go out and win. As they walked out of the locker room, the assistant coach questioned the bald man if they shouldn't take Jian out of the match, as he hadn't made a difference so far. The man replied that it was too early to draw conclusions, as it was his first match as a starter. Besides, he was playing against the ace of the other team, and it was normal to have difficulties, but taking him out was too reckless. The young man had constantly put pressure on the key player of the other team, and without him there, they would surely be behind on the scoreboard. As he walked away from the assistant coach, the bald man wondered if he should really say something to Jian. However, he decided not to and just put his hand on his head as a sign of trust. The protagonist knew he was about to reach his physical limit. He still didn't understand what he had to do, but the good thing was the team wasn't losing. For the moment, he would focus on keeping his mind blank and would think about how to face the situation. If the coach put him to mark the ace of the other team, it was for a reason. Here Vincenzo reveals to us that his instructions to Jian were those he would give to a defender, but obviously the boy was not one. He had to figure out why he was in that position, and if he could do it, he would improve a lot. The protagonist set the ball rolling, while commenting that he had been arrogant all along. He wasn't a starter, nor a player capable of stopping Pellegrini, but he was someone capable of playing his own game, and that's what he was going to do. He then asked for the pass. Dushan, who had possession, didn't hesitate to send him the ball. Jian managed to receive it, and, with some quick passes, advanced a few meters. However, upon encountering the number 7 from Roma again, he ended up losing the ball. Although from his expression, it could be inferred that now the good part was coming. Roma moved their position forward a lot, which made Pellegrini stay very high and be dangerous for Fiorentina when the ball reached him. That was clear to the boy, so he marked him everywhere with great vigor, but at that moment his energy was not enough to keep up. This was what the opponent was waiting for to get his ace Pellegrini playing again. However, it was all a trick by Jian, who used the last of his energy to accelerate and intercept the pass. With that done, he advanced without stopping in search of the opposing goal. The Roma defenders did not dare to mark him directly because they were watching the center forward, who was just accompanying the play. Just when a defender tried to block Jian's way, he paused and crossed the ball to Dushan as he moved forward. The forward received it easily and lobbed it over the last defender, leaving the protagonist in a great position to shoot at the goal. He, obviously, didn't hesitate and struck a right-footed shot that ended up in the opponent's net. The boy, as if it were his first goal, celebrated like never before. The fans watching the broadcast started to wonder who that boy was, where he came from, and why Fiorentina had barely used him. Those comments about the main character were being read by Kim Yi-woo, who was also watching the live broadcast. She happily comments that it seems Jian is going viral on social media today. Returning to him, we see that he asks for a substitution minutes after scoring a goal. He says he is disappointed that he cannot continue, but it is the most his body allows him. Before leaving, the opposing fans start applauding him. The young man does not understand what is happening. However, the forward explains that, for the fans, there is no better team than theirs. But sometimes they show respect to rival players, and today he is one of those cases. So he should leave the field with his head held high. Jian, who almost fell to the ground, runs away as fast as he can out of embarrassment. Saponara tries to tell him to slow down to waste time, but Baragi tells him to let him do it just this once. Let's not forget he's a child. The assistant coach, who wanted to take Gian off earlier, hugs and congratulates him. The bench also does the same. Although the young man does not feel well at all, he was only useful in the first 10 minutes of the second half and, due to lack of fitness, cannot continue playing. Before tormenting himself further with negative thoughts, he remembers his girl, which helps him focus on the positive side of the situation. For example, he scored a goal against Roma, and that is something to be proud of. Getting back to the match, in the 75th minute the forward of Roma managed to score a header after receiving a cross from Lorenzo Pellegrini. After that goal, nothing else happened, and, in the end, the score was 1-1. The protagonist team approaches the few fans in the stadium and thanks them for their support. In fact, Saponara comments that it is the first time they haven't been booed, and it's because of you, Gian. Aren't you happy? The young man says he's somewhat happy, but still can't believe that the team's winning streak was broken on the very day he was selected as a starter. The bald man puts him in a hold and, in a mocking tone, questions him about when he became so arrogant. Later, in the locker room, the boy takes his phone. He says that at the moment the only opinion that could change his mood is Kim's. Speaking of her, she has sent him more than 99 messages throughout the entire match. At first, they were worried about seeing Gian losing against the ace from Roma. Afterwards, they were congratulating him for overcoming it and scoring the goal. Although the young man is surprised by the number of messages, he thanks the girl for her words and wonders what kind of photo she sent. She explains that it is her father celebrating. This amuses the young man, who asks her to also send photos of herself. After reading the message carefully, he realizes that the girl might misunderstand it, but before he can delete it, she responds sarcastically, arguing that he seems desperate to see his supposed girlfriend. Gian blushes and immediately makes it clear to her that she was wrong and he didn't want to see anything anymore. I don't know how long after, we are located at the under-17 training ground. There they are telling the protagonist that they shouldn't let him eat 5 times a day, and even less overtrain him. The boy tries to say that it was his idea, but Tony doesn't let him speak, as he assumes the bald guy is to blame for that and promises to give him a lesson. When the young man manages to explain things, everything calms down, and both coaches argue that they deserve more credit for trusting Gian from the beginning. Then they ask him if he is okay. He answers yes. Tony, returning to the topic of food, asks him to stop overeating because he is still growing, and if he becomes obsessed with gaining mass, he could end up injured. Gian, for his part, agrees with his coach, because eating a lot and training late before the game against Rome made his physical condition worse than normal. He lets the coaches know this, and they look at him proudly, since he still managed to score a goal. They also confess that they celebrated like crazy that day. The protagonist humbly thanks them for always supporting him, and comments that if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have made it this far. Luca is surprised by the young man's social skills, and accuses him with Tony of no longer being innocent. Gian, seeing them smile, says to himself that he feels at home. After offering the boy a tea, Luca informs them that in the next match, they will face Luca Romero, the rookie from Lazio. Honestly, you shouldn't mix personal matters with football, but I hope you play better than him in that match. Gian, not knowing who he is talking about, asks what he means. The coach replies that he used to have Lazio's coach on WhatsApp, and he wouldn't stop posting status updates about his prodigy, even tagging him so he would see them all the time. It was so intense that he ended up blocking him. That's why this is your chance to prove who the real genius is. The protagonist understands the coach's motivation and adds that he has already scored 2 goals in the first team. It surely won't be difficult for him to stand out in the next match. As the protagonist says this, the 16-year-old Luca Romero was scoring his 3rd home goal of the season. A few days later, we find ourselves in the protagonist's house. He is with Yiwu, who is looking at things on the computer and comments that this Romero guy also seems to be a great player. Yayan, somewhat curious, approaches, and together they read the many articles praising this young man, as well as considering him a candidate for the Ballon d'Or if he continues like this. The protagonist, somewhat uncomfortable, says that apparently there can be more than one football genius in the world. The girl is even more impressed when she reads that Romero has already scored 3 goals, compared to Gian, who has only scored 2. Apparently, he is better. The boy, angry, points out to her that that guy has scored 3 goals in 7 matches, while he has scored 2, and assisted twice in just 2 games. She comments that goals are still what matters, so Romero's numbers are still better. Gian wants to explain to her again, but quickly gives up as he thinks she won't understand anything. The girl pats him on the back, saying she was just joking. She knows Gian is the best. By the way, they should look up what is being said about him on social media. Even though the main character was alarmed, the things the young woman found about his performance on the field were all positive. In fact, there seemed to be more articles about Gian than about Romero. The protagonist thanks everyone who has written about him. That way it's more difficult for her to find something about his dark past. Then the girl asks him if he will face Romero next weekend. Gian is somewhat puzzled. She, on her part, is very excited because it is the confrontation between 2 geniuses of the same age, demanding Gian to prove that he is the best, and reminding him that more than a match, pride will be at stake. Gian looks at her and comments to himself that if it were not for her and Coach Luca, he would not pay attention to that guy, but now he cannot stop thinking about winning. He then shows a somber expression and immediately asks Kim Yiwoo if she will continue to support him in case he loses. She is surprised by the young man's words and, angrily, grabs him by the cheeks, asking him to stop asking silly questions. Here we jump to the day of the match between Lazio and Fiorentina, which is part of round 12 of the league. Gian mentions that changing his diet as the coaches suggested worked very well for him. This time he feels in the best physical condition to play. Today's opponent is a great team. In fact, it is in the top 3 of the league, and even though the pressure isn't as intense as before, they know they should make an effort not to disappoint anyone. The coach's assistant, Vincenzo, comes over and asks if they are okay. He, with a glowing face, responds, yes. In the stands are the youth team coaches. Tony says that previously the fans used to shout bad things at the team regardless of the opponent, but now they only support with passion. Luca says it's because of Gian, and before he can say anything else, he spots the 2 young geniuses who are about to face off. Tony, angry, tells him he should grow up, that using his student for revenge is very low. To this, Luca responds that such a thing does not exist on the football field, and that today it is especially just a matter of pride. The veteran understands this, smiles, and goes on to say that the young man will surely do well in today's match because those kinds of talents do not like to lose to anyone. After a motivational team talk, we see Gian watching the player with jersey number 17. Clearly, this is Luca Romero. The main character mentions that, as far as he knows, that guy is quick on his feet and his dribbling skills are quite good. Surely his team must be very proud. The match begins. Although Fiorentina tried to control the pace of the game by passing the ball backward, the opponent did not allow it, as they quickly pressed forward. The protagonist mentions that they were expecting that, however, raising the line from the start was complicated. For now, they must only focus on the strategy given by Vincenzo, which consists of advancing through the opponent's advanced formation and, when they cross the midfield line, launching a quick attack. Saying it was easy, but the truth was that Lazio's pressure was very well executed, pushing even the most experienced to the limit. The boy tried to move to draw attention, and while doing so, he pointed to his teammate who was free. Milenkovic, somewhat rushed because he had a player on him, didn't understand what Gian wanted to tell him, so he passed the ball to him. That pass, unfortunately for the protagonist, was intercepted by the player responsible for keeping him in check. Without hesitation, he launched into the attack, having regained the ball in a quite favorable position. The young man easily dribbled past the midfielder who tried to stop him, reaching the lowest area of Fiorentina's defense. However, instead of facing the big defenders, he decided to shoot at the goal. To everyone's surprise, except for Gian, the shot turned out to be very bad. I say except for the main character due to the fact that he really says he wouldn't shoot from such a bad position. Milenkovic approached the boy, to whom he apologized for the bad pass earlier. Gian, with a smile, responds that it's not necessary. As he positions himself, the main character sees Romero having a discussion with one of his teammates, demanding that he keep passing the ball to him, even if he misses the goals. The boy doesn't understand how he can act that way after wasting a possible goal-scoring opportunity, but before he can mention anything else, the opponent passes in front of him and, with a grim face, asks if he was the other great genius that would be in the match. If so, he thinks everyone exaggerated. Gian says nothing in his defense. In fact, he only wonders if he's really trying to provoke him. The goalkeeper Pietro Terracciano, who had possession of the ball, was wondering what he should do. There are too many opponents in his field, and it seems like nobody wants to receive the pass. At that moment, the goalkeeper spots someone eager to receive it. This is none other than Jian, who with a serious expression asks for the ball. He does so because he wants to show how one can become a leader on the field. In turn, Romero asks the goalkeeper if he was afraid to pass it. If so, he should give it to him. After all, his team would soon get it back and it would end up in their net again. After hearing that, the guy clears the ball, surprising the boy. We then see Jian receive it. He already knew that he had two rivals behind him, so he quickly turns to face them. They, without hesitation, rush to mark him. However, the young man decides to face them one by one to make the task easier for himself. To the first one, he makes a simple feint that is enough to leave him behind. To the second one, he makes him think he will pass, and he slides to block it, but it was just another feint and he completely fell for it. With those two out of the way, Fiorentina starts the attack. The boy, as always, has analyzed the entire field and knows that having such a high line of pressure makes the defense weak. Even more so when the opponent has fast players like our forward Dushan. Jian quickly noticed a space to which he sends the ball. Of course, Dushan had already moved to that spot. The goalkeeper, upon seeing Vlahovic advancing, wonders what he should do. However, he should not only worry about him, because the kid is accompanying him too. The forward, feeling rushed, decided to shoot at the goal with great power. Despite that, the goalkeeper manages to deflect the ball. The Fiorentina players lament the miss, and the Lazio players are desperate to try to recover the ball. This is because Jian, who was following the play, is about to meet the ball deflected by the goalkeeper, and with a header scores the first goal of the match. That analysis speed and other things showed by the protagonist slightly weakened the morale of the Lazio genius. On the other hand, the protagonist celebrates the goal thinking about Kim Yi-woo and wondering if that made it clear to him who the real genius of this match is. The first half ended without further changes on the scoreboard. Luca couldn't be happier about his student. However, Coach Tony was more analytical. For him, it was clear that Jian would stand out in the game, but they were playing against Lazio, a big and strong team with high pressure. In fact, they almost conceded a goal after a mistake born from that intense pressure. If the young man weren't on the field, they surely would have been thrashed. It's amazing how that little guy pulled the strings from the goal to the end of the first half. He is really proud of that boy. On the other hand, Luca Romero's performance is being disappointing, but it's normal. Both are at completely different levels. Luca says with a big smile that he unlocked the other coach and bragged so much about Jian's performance that he got blocked again. Tony asks him to stop getting excited over something so silly and that he should pay more attention to what's happening on the field. Here, Coach Luca is somewhat puzzled to see Romero being substituted, as he did not expect him to be changed. Romero's pride was completely hurt. For 16 years, his self-confidence only went upwards, because from the first time he played football, he showed talent. However, he does not understand what kind of player number 20 is. Here we go a few days before the match. The coach asked them to mark the young player from Fiorentina to make the game easier. Romero, with great arrogance, refused to listen to him, because supposedly he would be the one to shine in that game. This was because it was a match to show who is the true football genius. Returning to the present, the guy acknowledges that he talked a lot, although he tries to highlight that he is better at some things and that, in the end, dribbling skills are the most important. Those words were quickly silenced by Jian, who got past a defender from Lazio and continued his advance. This was another setback for Romero, as he couldn't easily surpass his teammate. With epic dribbles and great speed, the young Fiorentina player managed to get into a favorable position from which he shot and scored another goal. As the protagonist celebrates, the genius Romero crashed into reality. Even if it is hard for him to accept, there is a big difference in talent between Jian and him. In short, the guy accepted that he lost that clash between geniuses. After scoring those two goals, the protagonist was substituted. Here, happy, he comments that he scored 2 goals and played 20 more minutes than in the previous match, which means he is in better physical shape. The veteran Jose Callejon approaches to ask him if he didn't overdo it that day. He should know when to slow down, otherwise he could get injured. The young man thanks him for the advice and promises to keep it in mind. The guy recommends drinking plenty of water and leaves. The young man thinks to himself that he really overdid it in terms of effort. because with Lazio's defensive line being high, he had to run all the time. Luckily, he stayed focused and didn't play poorly. Then he looks at the other boy, saying that if it weren't for him, he probably wouldn't have performed that way, thanking him for the challenge. Something he also admits is that the biggest motivation was Kim Yi-woo. Honestly, he didn't want to lose the title of genius in her eyes, although he also admits that it bothers him to think she might find another genius to admire. However, in this match, he thinks he did great. Unfortunately for Fiorentina, Lazio's player Ciro Immobile managed to score an epic goal after Gian left the field. This made the local crowd go crazy, as they believe that without the rookie, they are useless. One of those on the bench asks Gian what it feels like to be the most beloved player on the team. Nervous, he didn't know what to say. Then he wondered how it was possible for the course of the game to change so quickly. That forward, alone, was able to move through the entire team and score like it was nothing. Apparently, there are many players in the world better than the ones I've seen. Maybe, if this year we achieve a good position, I could play in a European competition. There, the skill level of the participants will surely be even more incredible, as only the best teams from each country make it in. At that moment, the protagonist gets alarmed because he sees an attacking play from his team, which Vlahovic turns into a fantastic header goal, making the match 3-1 in favor of his team. In the end, that was the final score, and although Gian was happy to have won, he still had something important to do. This was to respond to the press for being the player of the match again. Here, a pretty girl greets him, and the first thing she asks is if it weighed on him to know he would face Romero, and if he had seen that guy's interview before the game, where he said he would show who the real genius is. Gian responds that he hasn't seen anything, and that really all the matches weigh on him, because they are all equally important. Although, if we talk about who is better, he believes that Coach Luca's student is. The girl doesn't quite understand what she heard, but we all know that the main character just praised himself a lot. He himself, in fact, questions whether that was okay. To wrap up the interview, she asks whether he is handling well the increase in female fans he is currently gaining. Gian tries to avoid that question, but the journalist asks him something similar again. This time, she is more direct and asks him what he thinks the fans see in him that is special, leaving Gian speechless. He is alarmed, however. Under so much pressure, he responds in Korean that his charm is having a heart that will never change. Ella, after asking Gian to translate what he said for her, interprets the boy's words as those of someone very romantic. With that, the interview ends, which was certainly not about soccer. The next day, at the young man's house, the girl, alarmed, asks him to look at what has happened. The article of her interview already has more than 100 comments. After a while of reading what Kim Yi-woo showed him, the young man says that everyone interpreted his words as if he was talking about his love for Fiorentina, and in his mind, it was something completely different. That was also what Yi-woo had interpreted, so he is surprised that it was not what he meant. He then asks him to tell him what his words really meant, to which he firmly refuses. That annoys Kim Yi-woo more, who starts speculating strange things between the guy and the woman who had interviewed him. However, the protagonist denies everything he hears, and even denies having had a happy face while talking with that blonde. Kim, even more annoyed, yells at him that she saw him with her own eyes. She then tells him that if he promises to stop smiling at pretty girls, she will forgive him. The boy questions her why he shouldn't do it, to which she replies that it's because he should only think about what's important, and that's football. Gian to himself says that he usually gets tired of her when she's upset, but today, for some reason, he likes seeing her like that. Also, she looks super cute. With that in mind, the young man accepts her condition. Excited, she asks him if he knows what that means, to which he replies, yes. She tries to set more conditions, taking advantage of the moment, but the young man decides it's better to do other things. From here, we jump to the team's recovery training day. Captain Baragi, for some reason, is working harder than usual. Gian asks why, since it's supposed to be a recovery day. One of his teammates replies that it is because in the next match, they will face Inter Milan. Previously, the captain was a member of the youth team of that club. It could be said that it was Baragi's first love, one he will never forget. Gian gets excited because he thinks that what the old man wants is to show his best form. However, the other guy denies that it is just that. Actually, it is more complicated. The captain was loaned out last season to Milan, and there was even an option for a permanent transfer, but in the end, they returned him. That really hurt quite a bit. Now, that kid who dreamed of playing for that team and being cheered by the fans will face it as an opponent, wearing a purple uniform and the captain's armband. Ultimately, it's time to show his first love his worth as a player. Before going to the game, let's take a moment to go back in time. Here we see little Biragi arriving hand in hand with his father at the great Giuseppe Meazza Stadium, better known as San Siro. That day was when a dream was born in the heart of that little boy, to wear that blue and black uniform and play for that great crowd. At 13 years old, he managed to join the youth team of Milan. The feeling was incredible, as if he could fly. When he signed his first contract with the first team, he promised himself he would become a great captain, just like the great Zanetti. However, the bracelet he wears and defends today is from a different team. The guy asked everyone to gather. Here he expressed in romantic words the importance of that match for him. He mentioned that this was his first love, and although he wanted to show how great he was not appreciated and left very hurt. That's why he hopes that just this once they will help him win. Gian, who had taken the captain's situation very much to heart, shouted that he would always support him. Vlahovic, to everyone's surprise, also gets into character, promising that he will give his very best. We then see everyone shouting, "Forza Viola," and determined to win the match. Before starting, Biragi turns to Gian and tells him not to take what was mentioned about first love literally. In his case, it turned out badly, but that doesn't mean all are bad, so you should marry your first love, pointing at the fans. Gian understands the man's words, since all the Fiorentina fans are chanting his name. After those words, the captain leaves the boy alone to go to his position. Gian, to himself, says that this situation reminds him of his match against Juventus. Maybe the captain feels the same way. I know Juventus was not my first love, but I did defend the colors of my true love. Biragi knows today's match is really tough, but he believes that with the current squad, there are many chances of winning, especially having a player that Milan does not have. So today, I want you to play as usual and make my first love cry. The match begins. The strategy of both teams is quite similar, with the only difference being that Milan has more men in the midfield. Fiorentina, from the first minute, went out to press to recover the ball. Gian is surprised by his team's good concentration. It seems those words from Biragi motivated them quite a bit. We didn't have to wait long for the pressure to take effect. An opposing player, in order not to lose it, passed the ball to a teammate on the wing. However, that was what Biragi was waiting for, as he managed to intercept the bad pass. He then made a long pass for Gian to play. He received it easily, although he was quickly closed down by the opposing defense. To a player who had gone in with a sliding tackle, he performed an insane dribble, managing to evade him. He wasn't sure if he could take on the next one. However, Jose Callejon showed up to receive the pass. Gian hesitated a bit, and instead of passing it to the right, he threw the ball to the left side, where the captain was running. Biragi appreciates the young player's intention, but also complains about being given such a forward pass. Perhaps he forgot that he is already an older guy. Although that thought changed when he saw the ball, upon touching the ground, slowed down. This was because it had spin, landing at his feet. The boy warned Biragi that an opponent was following him. He had noticed beforehand, however, he was evaluating what he should do. Upon concluding that he couldn't win in speed, he waited and faced him with brute strength. Although it took him a great deal of effort, he managed to get him off the path and continued his run down the wing. When his eyes saw two players in the area, he sent a cross with hope placed on it. A cross that the protagonist was not going to waste, and, with an epic move, ended up converting into a goal. That goal, for Biragi, was his way of saying goodbye to his old love, while for his team, it was the first step towards another victory. While everyone was celebrating and congratulating Gian, he realized the reality the captain was living. Without anyone noticing, the captain wiped away his tears and celebrated quietly, showing respect. He then asked his teammates to focus, as the match was just beginning. Gian was the only one who understood the importance of that goal and the meaning of those tears. In fact, just thinking that he could have missed that shot gives him goosebumps. Back to the game, the protagonist just realizes that he scored a goal against Inter Milan in their own stadium, something that surely won't go without consequences. As the minutes passed, the intensity of Inter's attacks increased significantly. In fact, this is the forward's fifth shot on goal. That worries the assistant coach, who does not downplay the danger of those attacks. Vincenzo is clear that he is right. However, they must trust in the team. Gian says something similar to the assistant, with the difference that he has already figured out the enemy's attack pattern. It consists of sending a long pass to the forward wearing number 9, who heads it down to the other forward, who is responsible for shooting at the goal. The problem at the moment is that the defenders of Fiorentina cannot win the aerial duel against Edin Dzeko, and let alone stop Lautaro Martinez, who every time he takes the ball uses his physique to advance a few steps and, at the slightest space, shoots with full power at the goal. The worst thing, according to Gian, is that guy's mentality. Even though he has failed more than 5 times, he remains unfazed. Additionally, his team supports him all the time. As expected, they didn't take long to steal the ball and, with the same tactic, managed to tie the game. The local fans simply erupted in cheers upon seeing the forward's goal. Gian, on the other hand, does not understand what happened. If he failed even once, he would feel guilty towards his teammates and lose confidence. But that guy, even though he missed more than 9 times, proudly celebrates the goal. Moreover, the fans support him as if he had not missed before. Can a pro really afford to fail so many times? With the score tied, the first half ends. In the locker room, the coach made sure to make things clear to everyone, especially Lucas Torreira, since he lost the ball that resulted in a goal. Another thing the coach asks of them is to show what they can really do. Don't they feel ashamed of relying on the rookie all the time? Those words make the boy feel so uncomfortable that he wishes the ground would swallow him up. The coach continues telling them not to hesitate to move forward if they have the opportunity. The captain thanks for the words and asks the team to focus and play like never before. If anyone here wants to end the match in a draw, it's better not to play in the second half. "Today we have to win the match," shouts Biragi. The others, excited, respond that that's what they will do, proceeding to leave the locker room. The protagonist, before starting the second half, approaches Vincenzo to ask if he can tell him something. The coach kindly allows him to do so. Then, the boy explains something to him, but we are not told what. After finishing, he apologizes as he believes he may have overstepped with his advice. However, the coach asks him to calm down because he always says interesting things. Vlahovic, who noticed that interaction, became worried and asked Vincenzo what was happening. He replied that Gian had suggested his own strategy, which surprised Dusan. But to everyone's surprise, the coach was actually considering listening to the boy. In fact, he orders Dusan to gather the team because they will change strategy. In the meantime, the protagonist wonders if it was a good idea to tell the coach that. Maybe he will get angry and won't let him play in the next game. That would be the worst thing that could happen to him. Dusan interrupts that thought, commenting that the coach had told him everything. The main character quickly apologizes. The veteran tells him not to, as his strategy is very good, and proceeds to inform him that in the second half, they will do what he suggested. With that, the other half begins. Lautaro, on the other hand, asks his team to keep the same pace. After all, reaching the opponent's penalty point is not difficult. At the end of speaking, he realizes that now Gian is the one who will be playing in Dusan's position. This change is explained to us while the boy runs like crazy after the ball. As we know, Vlahovic's style is more calm, and he prefers to save energy rather than pressing constantly. That's why Gian is in charge of that. And when the pressure causes a mistake, everything will change. In fact, the last pass made by an Inter player is somewhat poor, so the defender Milenkovic managed to intercept it, and, with a header, passed it to Torreira. Gian, with just a look, let the midfielder know that it was time for them to take control of the game. After Milenkovic intercepted the bad pass from one of the Inter Milan players, let's go a few minutes back in time. Here, Simone Inzaghi comments that his strategy of direct attack works because of how unaggressively the forward Vlahovic pressures them. However, that young man wearing the jersey number 20 just ruined their game plan. Back to Torreira, he was thinking about the next move, as it was the chance to attack and he didn't want to waste it. With a defender marking him very closely, he remembered the coach's words. With that in mind, he pulled the ball to one side, dodged the opposing player, and advanced alone. Seeing another one coming for him, he didn't take any risks and sent the ball to the right wing where Jose Callejon was infiltrating. He didn't feel capable of dribbling past the defender closing in on him, so he passed the ball to the center where the protagonist was. He pretended to look for Dusan, but what he ended up doing was returning the ball with a forward pass to Jose Callejon, who hadn't stopped running. The defender who was keeping pace with him shouted to the others that he wouldn't shoot at the goal due to the bad position, so they should mark Vlahovic to prevent him from receiving the cross. Gyan, who was a bit behind in the play, wondered why they were underestimating him. Next, Callejon's cross was launched. It was going where the opposing defender had predicted. However, Dushin was too far from the goal to try to score, and Saponara, who was attentive to the play, was offside, so he couldn't pass it to him. The main player was in a good position, so the forward didn't hesitate to pass it to him. The boy easily controlled the ball and continued running a few more meters while being chased by an opposing defender. The goalkeeper came out to narrow his shooting angle. Lautaro asked them to stop him no matter what, even if they committed a foul. Gian, without hearing anything, gave the ball a subtle touch and lifted it over the goalkeeper. This, without anyone being able to do anything, ended up going into the goal, becoming 2-1 in favor of Fiorentina. The protagonist's teammates hugged and congratulated him for such a finish. The coach was also happy, as it was a goal thanks to everyone's effort. At the 30th minute of the second half, the young player was replaced by a defensive midfielder to hold on to the lead they had achieved for the remainder of the match. Gian, while heading to the bench, mentioned that since he scored the second goal, the opponent's attacks had stopped feeling so threatening. Apparently, they exhausted all their energy trying to increase the lead, but they weren't expecting to concede another goal. Since Gian left the game, the match got stuck, partly because of Vincenzo's strategy, and also due to the team's good focus. In the added minutes, Fiorentina's desire to leave San Siro victorious is what kept them standing, and not long after, the referee blew the final whistle. Everyone celebrated as if there were no tomorrow, especially Captain Biraghi, who finally managed to leave his old love behind and celebrate this victory at his leisure. Later, we see him in the locker room, in his underwear, giving a speech of thanks to the team. This, until Saponara throws a bottle at him to shut him up because his speeches are very long. The captain, angry, replies that he almost put him out of football with that bottle. Gian feels happy to see everyone smiling, although he is still uncomfortable being among so many half-naked guys. At that moment, the coach interrupts them. He congratulates them all on their good work, then asks if they have forgotten the other thing they need to do. Saponara was about to respond imprudently, but Biraghi stopped him and answered that he was surely referring to the national team matches next week. Vincenzo agrees that that's what he meant, then asks them not to celebrate too much so they can perform their best and not get injured. Gian is surprised to learn that several of the players would be called up. Vlahovic tells him it's normal since they come from different countries. With that said, he asks Gian if he hasn't been called up. The boy doesn't know what to say, so he says no. The veteran finds that incredible. In his own opinion, the young man is far above many other players in his position. Gian smiles at the compliment and says that it will be for another time. For now, he is focused only on Fiorentina. Vlahovic smiles amiably and calls him arrogant. When the veteran leaves, the young man wonders how the national team of Korea is doing. It has been more than 4 years since he heard anything about his country. Changing locations, the young man's father is looking at his phone. Then he puts it on the table and wonders if Gian will not end up overwhelmed with all that. You know that the young man is not one to search for his own name online, but when he finds out he is famous in Korea, he doesn't know how he'll take it. Then, we are shown some posts in Korean talking about the wonder of Fiorentina, and how even the biggest European clubs are keeping an eye on him. Later, the main character arrives home. His father asks him to shower and come down to eat. Gian tells him to wait a moment, that he brought him something. The man asks what it is, to which the young man replies that it is clothes for playing golf. He heard that in Milan they sold beautiful clothes, so he bought them. The man, happy, tried to hug him, but Gian, embarrassed, dodged and said he would take a shower first. While holding his gift, the father expressed that for him, that boy was still a baby. However, with these actions, he seems to have grown a lot. Gian didn't take long to shower, which surprised the man. Then, he asks him to sit. Gian, upon seeing the food, asks where he had gotten that thing from. He kindly replies that it is something typical from there. It is just steamed goose with peanut sauce. It is very tasty. While the father wonders if he is treating him like a little boy, the boy thinks about how to avoid that food. A few days later, We see Kim Yi-woo scolding the protagonist for not knowing how to take pictures of her. She points out details and things he should keep in mind, but Jian doesn't understand anything. In the end, Kim says it seems like all his friend's talent is concentrated in football. At that moment, the young woman spots a building and asks to have a good photo taken this time. John, while doing his best, tells us that he hasn't had any matches in the national competition for a week, so he's taking the opportunity to relax. When the young man shows the photo to the girl, she, upset, asks him to take it again because it didn't turn out well. Before Jian can say anything, a man interrupts them and asks if he really was the player Jian. The young man, without thinking, replies yes, and then is surrounded by a crowd seeking photos and autographs from the boy. Kim, for a moment, is left not knowing what to do, but upon seeing her friend about to refuse people's requests, offers to help them take the photos. Jian tries to tell her that it's not necessary, but she lets him know that he should not only be good with the fans on the field. Nowadays, behaving well off the field is also important. With that said, she instructs everyone to form a line, one for those who want autographs and another for those who want photos. Jian lets them know that their Korean is probably not understood. However, she comments that sometimes communication is made with feelings. Jian doesn't understand what she meant, but he can't do anything about it. After a long while, he finally takes the last photo. The person thanks him and leaves happily, while Kim Yi-woo looks quite tired of all that. Then, she congratulates the young man for his great popularity. The protagonist doesn't care much and says that's why he didn't want to take pictures with anyone. She asks him not to be like that. Didn't he like seeing how happy people looked with their photos? From the boy's gesture, Yi-woo gets upset, thinking he is telling her that she took bad photos. The boy replies that it's not that, he just didn't think the fan service session was necessary. This comment offended the girl, who says she just wanted to help him. Jian apologizes to her, thanks her for the help, and, to himself, comments that what really annoys him is that they ruined his date with her. Additionally, today he wanted to take a picture with her. Kim decides to accept his apology, but to make up for it, she asks him to take her out to eat. The protagonist accepts the proposal, which makes her feel very good. While the girl walks away happily, the young man tries to find the courage to ask her to take a picture together. Kim Yi-woo notices that Jian is not following her, so she asks him what's wrong. He tries to tell him, but can't. However, someone asks if it wouldn't be fair for the two of them to take a picture, since they saw how they helped all those people and in the end missed their appointment. The girl, excited, says that it's a great idea, so it would be very kind of them if they help. While they pose, the lady asks them to get closer. Kim does it without any problem, but Jian is so nervous that he can't stop trembling. When they finish, both youngsters thank the lady. The main character asks Kim how it went, to which she, after a few seconds of silence, replies that at least she looked nice. The young man, upon hearing that, demands to see the picture, but she doesn't let him, arguing that it's not necessary. 2 days later, the boy tells his father that he will go train. The man, somewhat concerned, asks if that does not go against the trainer's instructions. He responds that it's more or less okay, but that he has rested enough, and, to avoid losing shape, he at least wants to do some stretching. The old man understands and doesn't say anything else to him. When the boy's far away, he asks to say hello to Tony. While the young man runs, he tells us that instead of going to the main team's field, he will go to the under-17 team field, since it has been a long time since he last trained there. Later, we see how he easily leaves Luca behind. The coach congratulates him because now it's impossible to stop him. Jian thanks him for always helping him train and asks him to stop holding back. Luca, in a friendly manner, hugs him and tells him that's enough for today. He is very strong now and is not holding back. He has just been surpassed. Then, he asks him to rest, as Vincenzo requested. The boy says he has already done so, and also feels like he is losing his rhythm. The coach understands what he means, but reminds him that in case of injury, he could regret it a lot. Jian points something out to Luca. When turning around, we see that there are several young people who are watching the protagonist's training. The coach asks everyone to come closer. Jian feels intimidated, so he asks why he did it. Luca responds that it is so he can meet his little fans. Maybe now he can teach them something. The protagonist is not convinced that he can really do something like that, and it seems that not everyone likes him, pointing at a guy who gives off a somewhat evil aura. Luca puts his hand on his face and says that this young man has his reasons for being like that. Although he cannot deny that he seems to have some resentment towards him. The coach's words were only meant to bother Jian. In reality, the boy just wants to be like the protagonist, and Jian, surprised, doesn't know what to say to him. The boy interprets that hesitation the wrong way, since he says that then no ordinary person can become as much of a genius as Jian. Then, the young boy starts to cry. The protagonist asks Luca for help. He explains that the boy always asks about him, how he trains, what he does to be so good, and other things like that. Even though his fearful expression is just his way of showing how nervous he is, in fact, as his idol, you should answer all his questions. The little boy interrupts them by asking if he could at least give him some advice. Even if it's difficult, he wants to become like Jian. Hearing that leaves him speechless. Then he explains that he isn't really a genius. From other people's perspective, he's the least talented. He has always thought that, which is why he trains so much, and it seems to work on the field. Jian finishes his speech by saying that ever since he started putting in the effort, things have changed. The boys are left surprised. Seeing their faces, the protagonist wonders if they didn't understand him. Luca steps in to help, telling everyone that the key was hard work and ordering them back to their positions. Jian's admirer comments to himself that he had always thought Jian used strange tricks, but in reality, he just worked harder than everyone else. That makes him feel embarrassed, so he promises to work hard to one day play by his side. From there, we jump to the day training resumes after the players return from their national team matches. Saponara is arguing with another player because he says that Italy won't make it past the playoffs. Although it angers him, the bald man admits it's possible. If they had just won the match against Northern Ireland, they wouldn't have to go through that additional round. Then the old man turns to Jian and asks him how Korea did in the qualifiers. Jian replies that they barely qualified, sparking envy in the poor Italian. Saponara comments that maybe if they had taken him to play, they would have won. However, the competition to make the Italian lineup is very tough. Then he asks Jian if he can become a naturalized Korean right away, so they can play together in the World Cup. One of the other players says that if they don't call up Jian, who's incredibly good, they're even less likely to call him up. The protagonist quietly remarks that for his superior Saponara, it would be hard to take the winger position from Son Heung-min. As soon as he heard that name, the bald man said he'd rather stay in Italy. Maybe there he might one day be a substitute. At that moment, the coach told him to be quiet. Then he ordered everyone to line up. After that, he informed them they wouldn't talk about the World Cup anymore because now they had to focus all their attention on the league schedule. As he stresses that they shouldn't remind him of anything about the World Cup, the protagonist says to himself that apparently Italians take losing a match very badly. Vincenzo also told them that the next match was a cup game against Hellas Verona and that they had to win it, but they would play without the team's stars. Hearing that left the protagonist stunned, even more so when the coach said he would also use some players from the youth academy. According to the bald man, they should see it as a great opportunity, but if they embarrassed him, they would never play for the first team again. At that moment, the assistant asked him to calm down, because Jian hadn't been able to handle the pressure. Later, the head coach asks him if he can manage it. The boy replies that he can, but since it's his first match without the senior players, he wonders if he'll be able to do well. For Vincenzo, that thought is understandable, since Jian plays alongside a very talented player, and maybe that's why he believes his recent performance depends on Vlahovic. Like a father, he tells him that he took all of that into account. That's precisely why the approach for that match will be different. A little later, we see that he finishes explaining everything the boy needs to know, and he seems to have understood. Before he puts it into practice, Vincenzo encourages him as much as he can, and we see that his words bear fruit. The practice match begins. The opponents of the protagonist's team are surprised to see him attacking in Vlahovic's position. However, after being marked, Gian drops back to receive a pass to his feet, immediately lays it off, and moves forward again to take up the striker's position. At least that's what the opposing defense thought for a few seconds, because in reality the protagonist made a diagonal run and received a pass almost as if he were a winger. They didn't know what to do, which Gian took advantage of to play a 1-2 with a teammate and completely break through the defense. Then, he unleashed a full-power shot that the goalkeeper didn't even manage to see. The coach exclaimed that he never thought he would see Gian adapt so well to the false nine role. It's as if he had played that way his whole life. Shifting scenes, we see a journalist commenting that apparently none of Fiorentina's offers were enough to keep Vlahovic, so his transfer in the first half of the season is a done deal. The question now is who could fill that void. When match day arrives, we find ourselves at the home stadium. Here, the assistant asks Vincenzo if he's sure about starting Gian. Even though he adapted well to the new role in training sessions, practicing is one thing and playing a real match is another. The bald man understands what he means. However, his confidence in that boy goes far beyond simply adapting to a role. Today, what he wants is for that boy to show that he can succeed even in the toughest situation. Fiorentina has to understand at that moment that they've lost a great talent, but an even better one will replace him. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Bonaventura tells Biragi that they could play. Honestly, he's not that tired. The captain tells him to stop being reckless. For now, they need to trust the starters and pay special attention to Gian, who will be playing for the first time without Vlahovic. Mentioning their teammate reminded them that he would apparently be leaving. However, it doesn't bother them. They just hope the fans enjoy today's match. Biragi also says that the fans have plenty of things to talk about these days. It seems the Vincenzo out topic has been set aside. People keep shouting praise at the protagonist, who can't help but feel overwhelmed. Kim also joins in the shouting, almost silencing the stadium. Her words of encouragement for Gian take the veterans by surprise, as they are quite personal. Putting that aside, two fans, upon realizing that Saponara was one of the starters, comment that at one time he was a great prospect. He made his debut at Empoli and even played for Italy's youth teams. However, after rushing into a move to AC Milan, he ended up losing form because he was always on the bench. He later returned to Empoli, where he couldn't rediscover his level, and eventually ended up there with them. In fact, he showed great form here, but that lasted only until the now star Dusan Vlahovic arrived. Back on the field, the protagonist notices that his teammates' spirits are somewhat low and wonders what the reason might be. For his part, the bald man thinks to himself that he needs to play well in that match. Ever since Vlahovic became the main attacking force, he was pushed into the background. At the very least, he has to show Fiorentina that he's grateful to them for taking him in at his lowest point. Then he says out loud that he holds no resentment toward his teammate, but if he leaves, he won't let the team fall. With that said, the match kicks off. Gian is the one leading the play. The chosen formation is a 4-3-3. Fiorentina keeps the ball in their own half, waiting for the opponent. At that moment, the MC calls for it, but he's barged into by a defender, and the ball gets away from him. Before they lose it, the bald guy shows up and passes it across to another teammate to keep the possession going. The MC thanks him for the support and then keeps moving around the field. When he sees the need, he drops back toward one of his teammates to try to draw a marker. However, it doesn't work. The opponents know what he's doing. Gian smiles. Then he spends a while passing the ball to his teammates until they create a numerical advantage in midfield. Once he achieves that, he turns and drives forward. One of the 5 defenders, desperate, tries to close him down, but it was a trap, and when he realizes his mistake, the winger Saponara was already making a run in behind. Gian, with a precise pass, set him up. Then he prepared the shot and ended up blasting the ball into the stands. The MC tries to congratulate him on the power of the shot, but the bald guy is fuming. This is because he had just wasted everyone else's effort. Then he swears to Gian that he won't miss the next one. The MC tries to calm him down since nothing had really happened. His behavior confirmed to the young man that something wasn't right. With that in mind, he asked him to play together and score together. From that moment on, the game became more aggressive. The opponent, wary of the false 9, stayed fairly defensive. The coach tells himself that there's only one option at that moment. Gian, who has the ball at his feet, says that the time has come. Then he drives forward with the intention of breaking through the defense. Saponara understands the kid's intention and cuts inside through the middle, while the MC positions himself as a winger. The defender hesitates, unsure whether the attacker will pass the ball or shoot at goal. That gives the bald guy time to pass it to Gian. Even though the pass was shit, the MC manages to control it with a back heel. Within seconds, he readjusts the ball and takes a weak shot, but with incredible spin, leaving everyone stunned. With that goal, the match goes 1-0 in their favor. In the stands, another bald guy comments that the kid was incredible. Then we see an Italian legend say that he truly reminded him of the old days. The longtime fans can't believe what they just saw. The control he pulled off and the finish were pure genius. It's like watching the resurrection of Roberto Baggio. The bald guy who's with Roberto Baggio asks him if he should tell them he's there, to which the legend replies with a "shut up." Gian, meanwhile, is running toward the corner flag, but when he gets there, he says he was so excited that he didn't know what he was doing. At that moment, Saponara arrives, asking him to celebrate that great goal with the crowd. Although the MC tries to refuse, he ends up promising that next time he'll celebrate better. The bald guy, with tears in his eyes, thanks him for making him relevant in the match. Jian wants to explain that he's doing well, but Saponara doesn't listen to him. Putting that aside, the MC tells himself that he managed to score without Major Dushan. At least for now, it seems that playing as a false striker is working. Returning to the match, in the 38th minute, Jian delivers a precise pass to the other forward, who heads it into the net. The fans don't understand what's going on. The team wasn't supposed to be lost without Dusan. While the others thank Gian, the coach says that the fans' reaction is normal, since they were clear that the Vlahovic-Gian combination was perfect. But, knowing that one was leaving, the alarms went off. However, the situation is different from what they expected. Gian is only capable of delivering results. Even Saponara is performing better than before. With the score at 2-0 in their favor, the first half comes to an end. Saponara is somewhat disappointed to be the only one of the attackers who hasn't scored. However, he's not going to give up. In front of his fans, he wants to show at all costs that he is still at his best. After the break, the second half begins. The opposing attacker asks his team to focus on moving forward, but his pass is blocked by Saponara's face. The crowd cheers for the bald guy for giving his all in the game. Immediately, Gian approaches him to congratulate him on how well he read the opponent. As his superior walks away, the MC comments that he seems to be on the verge of running out of energy, but also says he's been the best player of the match. The opponents get the ball rolling. Gian says he'll return the assist to Saponara, and when the opposing striker calls for the pass, the MC anticipates it and steals it. Without thinking much, he passes it to the winger Sottle and shouts, "Counterattack!" With that, he gets the others moving just as they had practiced before. When the winger reaches a certain point, he sends the ball toward the MC, he controls it easily and proceeds to dance past the defender facing him. Then he looks up to check Saponara's position. He's losing the battle against the defender. However, he doesn't give up, and with more heart than anything else, manages to get ahead by a second. The MC sees this, having already sent the ball into the middle. The striker's hunger for goals could be seen on his face, but the goalkeeper would not make it so easy. However, at the last moment, the bald man chips it, and although a defender tries to head it away, the ball ends up in the back of the net. The fans go wild. The whole stadium shouts the name of the bald man, who gratefully acknowledges the recognition from the bottom of his heart. After that moment, both of them were substituted. On his way to the bench, Saponara thanked the MC once again. He, on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, asks him to always play like that. From the stands, Kim Yiwoo shouts to Jian that he did well. The boy's father is also fascinated by the young man's performance. At that moment, Baragi approaches them to ask something. Whether she was Jian's girlfriend, upon hearing that, the girl is completely taken aback. Before she can say anything, Jian's father is surprised to find Baragi standing right in front of him. He then thanks him for everything he has done for his son. The captain humbly says that they're the ones who owe a lot to Jian. As they talk, the girl realizes that they're her friend's teammates. Then they catch her off guard by asking again if she's the MC's girlfriend. She explains that it's not like that, but before she can say anything else, both players tell her to trust them. She doesn't have to deny it, they'll keep the secret. The MC notices that they're together and gets worried. Then the girl shoots him a deadly glare, making him wonder what the hell they're telling her. The match ended 3-0 in their favor. A day later, we see them all at the training ground. Bonaventura wastes no time, and as soon as he sees Gian, congratulates him on being the best player in the previous match, and also on the beautiful girlfriend he has. Gian tries to clear things up, but they won't let him speak. Besides, he doesn't actually know what they told Yiwoo because she didn't want to tell him either. On the other hand, things return to normal with the veterans' return, except for Dushan, who hasn't trained with them since the rumors started. Gian feels especially bad because from the very beginning, the veteran welcomed him with open arms. The captain notices this and asks him if he's feeling down because of Dushan's transfer. If that was the case, he had to let it go. This is professional football, and these things are always going to happen. The MC says he understands. Even so, he can't believe that someone who played happily with them is going to another club. To lift his spirits, the captain makes him look at Bonaventura, who was doing an iconic celebration. The MC asks him why he shouted like that at the end. He replies that that's just how the celebration goes. Gian says he's pronouncing it wrong, but the veteran answers that it's because of his Italian accent. Dropping the subject, the MC insists that he confess what they told Yiwu. Bonaventura, annoyed, states that he's only good at football. Apparently, he doesn't understand a woman's heart. That's why he needs to be more sincere with her. After all, isn't he Italian? Gian replies that he's Korean and honestly doesn't understand anything he's saying. Later at home, the MC tells himself that everything feels very awkward. On top of that, his father had to come home late from work that very day. The girl questions him if he didn't like the food. He quickly replies that he loves it and wasn't eating because it was too good. He realizes himself that what he said made no sense, and, recalling Bonaventura's words, he expresses that everything she prepares is delicious, and also thanks her a lot for always supporting him. Yiwu blushes for a few seconds. Then alarmed, she asks Gian if he's sick, because he's acting weirder than usual. The MC thinks he's screwed up and immediately blames the veteran Bonaventura, but then she places her hand on his head and calls him an idiot. She then says she's grateful to him as well. With that said, she sets the pot full of food on the table so Gian can enjoy it, since he said it was delicious. From there, we move on to the next match. Fiorentina visit Cagliari Calcio, and to our surprise, the MC won't play in that game to conserve his energy. Despite the MC not being there, the starting lineup is very imposing. He comments that they're in 5th place in the table and the opponent is in 16th, which suggests it should be an easy match. His words were correct. With everyone at their best, they were devastating. With a beautiful cross from Torreira, the striker Vlahovic put the opposing goalkeeper in trouble with a header. Then, in the 18th minute, with an extraordinary volley, he scored the goal that broke the deadlock. From that moment until nearly the end of the first half, Fiorentina controlled the match. Right in stoppage time, from a corner taken by Callahan, defender Nikola Milenkovic made it 2-0, the scoreline they would take into the break. Seeing how good his teammate Vlahovic is, Gian comments that if he had his physique, he could easily be the one to fill the void that will be left behind. The second half begins, and the flow of the match doesn't change at all. In the 56th minute, after Vlahovic won the ball back, Callahan shouted at Saponara to receive it, but it was just a feint, and he ended up laying it off again to Dusan, who fired a powerful left-footed shot to make it 3-0. After that, nothing else happened, and the match ended that way. Gian congratulated the captain on the great performance. Biragi thanks him and also tells him to be ready for the next match, because that's where he has to show his true abilities. Since Gian answered in a low voice, the captain shouted that they must not lose. Focused, the boy says he understands the importance of that match. He also understands why he was left on the bench and promises that they will win no matter what in that game against Juventus. The first match between Fiorentina and Juventus took place in 1928, a game in which La Fiore were crushed at home 11-0. In the 1981/82 season, both teams were tied on points, but in the final round of the league, due to a controversial decision, Juventus won. In the 1989/90 season, the two teams faced each other in the UEFA Cup final, and once again, Juventus won due to another controversial decision. The bitter rivalry between these two teams reached its peak when Fiorentina had to sell their star Roberto Baggio to Juventus due to financial problems. Things escalated even further when the player refused to take a penalty during a match against his former team. Since then, Juventus, whenever they can, snatch La Fiore's aces away, or at least that's what people say online, according to Kim Yiwoo. After understanding what that match means for his team, she feels a bit dizzy. Then she decides to look up information about Gian. At first, all she finds are comments and posts from La Fiore fans supporting their striker Vlahovic. However, this is boring to her, so she keeps searching. Then she came across people talking about Gian. They mentioned that he was more important to the team than Vlahovic. Some Juventus fans even had positive comments about the kid. Surprised, she says that apparently the fans are quite realistic when it comes to judging a player, but at that moment she sees a comment about Gian's past. In it, they scorn the boy for having been at Juventus and being thrown out like a dog. They also claim that he only stands out at Fiorentina because everyone else is bad. Reading that plunges her into total silence. From there, we jump to the day of the match. The protagonist says goodbye to his father, who wishes him good luck and tells him to be careful. As he runs toward the field, it starts to rain. The people he always greets on the way see him more euphoric than ever. The protagonist, somewhat uncomfortable, promises to do his best. Then he continues on his way and mentally says he would prefer to die than to lose today. At that moment, his phone rings. He answers, and immediately Kim Yi-woo yells at him, asking where he was. He replies that he is on his way to the stadium. She quickly asks him to wait for her right there. Jian tries to explain that it's raining, but Yi-woo doesn't listen because she says she has already seen him. The MC is alarmed. Just then, a shout in the distance makes him turn around. As he takes off his jacket, he tells Kim Yi-woo to go back home or she could get sick. She comments that it doesn't matter. She just wanted to tell him in person that he has to win that match. Jian is surprised. Then he questions how irresponsible she is for going out without thinking about the consequences. She says that the rain was nothing. She just thought that wishing him luck in person would be more encouraging than doing it over the phone. The MC tries to shield her from the rain. Then he asks her to take shelter. However, she says he must not lose to those bastards. Hearing that leaves him stunned. Realizing she had almost given herself away, Kim decides to play dumb and argue that the thieves from Juventus deserve no mercy. Besides, as a fan of Fiorentina, she has a terrible grudge against those bastards. The MC buys the girl's act. He also thinks to himself that he wouldn't know what to do if she found out that he is a failure and a liar. Putting that aside, he zips up her jacket and asks her to go back home before she catches a cold. He also takes her face in his hands and promises that he will definitely win today's match. With that said, the young man says goodbye. Kim, somewhat worried, wishes him luck and tells him to tear apart that team that looked down on him. A few hours later, we find ourselves at the Juventus Stadium. Here, the CEO of the host group asks a man with glasses if he delivered the message correctly. The man with glasses replies that he did. The old man comments that last season they disappointed everyone by letting Milan win the league. Moreover, by sheer luck, they managed to qualify for the European tournaments. It's uncomfortable to talk about greatness when we're not delivering results, don't you think? I hope they do well today. Otherwise, the fans won't be pleased even with the arrival of a big name like Vlahovic. The worst part is that right now, we're facing a young player we let go a year ago because we failed to see his potential. In this match, we have to crush them to prove we weren't wrong. With that said, the match begins. Juventus' formation is quite different from Fiorentina's. However, just as the home side thought their opponent would wait to see how they played, the MC surprises them by stealing the ball and launching into attack. Weston McKennie stepped into his path, but Jian easily got past him. When he was about to face one of the center backs, he set his leg and fired a missile straight at goal. Unfortunately for the MC, it struck the crossbar and ended up going out. Everyone in the stadium looked stunned, as they hadn't expected such an attack. Vincenzo even comments that Jian's play had just made his intentions clear. The CEO of Juventus doesn't understand how that kid managed to scare him so much and so quickly. Cristiano Ronaldo, for his part, angrily shouts at all his teammates to focus. It's unacceptable that a 16-year-old kid has humiliated them just as the match is getting started. This caused the others to set their sights on Jian. However, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, to him, they're just figures in striped uniforms. Buragi congratulates him. The young man apologizes for not following the game plan. The captain tells him he did well and not to waste the next opportunity. With that said, he orders everyone to return to their positions. The MC comments that today's strategy is to defend with everything and counterattack quickly. The Juve goalkeeper sends a long ball. The forward receives the ball while being pressured by Jian, and just as he is about to feint past him, he is taken down by Saponara. The bald man says he only touched the ball. The Portuguese player gets up and confronts him, stating that he fouled him intentionally. After a few seconds, both are warned by the referee. At that moment, Jian understands that he's not the only one who wants to win. The whole team is on the same wavelength. Juventus maintains a very offensive approach. However, Fiorentina's defense doesn't allow them to make progress. Vincenzo's assistant says that things are going very well. The old man mentally agrees with him, but also comments that there is a variable that could change everything. Just at that moment, Bonaventura collides with another player. He falls to the ground, and the referee awards a foul in favor of Juventus. The veteran tries to explain that he didn't even touch his legs. However, the referee states that he hit him from behind. The free kick is very close. The coach of the team in white says it's half a goal since it will be taken by the best player they have. Then we see Ronaldo place the ball and step back to take his run up. Seconds later, he takes the shot, but fortunately for Fiorentina, it goes well wide. Gian, somewhat disappointed, comments that apparently even the biggest stars have their bad moments. A few minutes later, the MC receives a good pass from Torreira. He decides to wait for someone to mark him. When number 14 reaches him with a beautiful feint, he leaves him behind. However, he still has many more defenders in his way. Without hesitation, he sends the ball toward the wing, but before it reaches Callejon, it is intercepted by an opponent. The guy, without wasting any time, sends it toward his forwards, who quickly make it into the danger area and deliver a very precise cross into the box. Cristiano Ronaldo is about to open the scoring, but Terracciano steps in and manages to claim the ball. The goalkeeper saw Gian unmarked, so he passed him the ball to launch a counterattack. He controlled it easily, then saw an opponent coming at him. However, when he tried to shake him off, he ended up eating dirt. Everyone is alarmed when they see him on the ground. Gian says it was nothing. However, the referee considers it a dangerous play and penalizes the Juventus player. He then marks the spot from which the free kick will be taken. Gian says the distance is about 20 meters, which makes it perfect for Vlahovic to try to score. The forward, after analyzing the situation for a moment, asks to change the taker. Then he calls Gian over and gives him the ball. The boy doesn't understand what the hell is going on. However, the forward explains that he couldn't find a shooting angle for his left foot, so it's best if he takes it. The MC thinks to himself that taking free kicks or penalties doesn't appeal to him. It's a lot of responsibility placed on a single player. However, ever since he won the foul, he had been hoping they would give him the kick. When he's ready to take it, he reaches up and touches his jersey. As he does, he notices it's quite wet from the fall on the grass. The referee gives the signal for him to take the shot. The MC, without hesitation, does so. Everyone is surprised, even the wall. This is because the boy struck it low. The ball went underneath them, and before the goalkeeper could do anything, ended up in the net. The Juventus fans can't process what they've just seen. Meanwhile, Fiorentina are already celebrating the MC's brilliance. The goalkeeper says that wasn't just a simple low shot, since the ball's speed increased instead of decreasing when it bounced off the ground. Then he recalls the moment Gian touched his jersey and wonders whether the boy had actually taken the moisture of the grass into account to pull off that shot. On the other hand, Milenkovic lifts Gian up and carries him in front of the fans. Captain Biraghi tells him to celebrate with them the tremendous goal he just scored. The boy looks at his hands for a second and mentally says that he made it. He managed to score a goal against the team that once disregarded him. He decides that he cannot continue carrying that failure. From now on, every time he falls, he will try to get up, because playing soccer is what he likes the most. One of the Juventus players asks Federico Chiesa if he knows who the hell number 20 from Fiorentina is. The guy replies that he doesn't know. He's never seen that guy before. The match resumes after the goal, and things become quite intense. Juventus focus on attacking, while Fiorentina only defend. Captain Biraghi stopped many attacks from the opposing forwards. Milenkovic was very strong when it came to blocking aerial advances, and when those two couldn't, the bald Saponara showed up to defend even with his face. Gian, for his part, spent the whole time on the ground. Even so, the veterans were always there to lend him a hand and encourage him. Without much more happening, they managed to keep the score unchanged until the end of the first half. On the way to the locker room, the captain let Gian know that the home team's fans seemed to want to kill him. At that moment, the MC noticed a familiar haircut. It was the guy who had made his life impossible in the Juventus youth team. Gian says it's strange, but even though he's looking at him from below, he feels far superior to that guy. Right then, the coach appears and asks him if he's okay. The MC answers yes, and, as he walks into the locker room, asks Jerome what he felt when he saw him playing alongside his idols. The old man from before can't believe they are losing the match, even having the biggest star of all. But what's worse than that is having the Fiorentina manager next to him, bragging about how good the main character is. The chubby guy asks his boss to lower his voice, because there were many VIP Juventus fans in that place. The old man understands and says it's the best match he has seen in a long time. This is because the player who just scored the goal against them was one he signed for only $4,000 a week. Literally, number 7 for Juventus earned much more and hadn't been able to do anything. Besides bragging about that, the old man asks his assistant if he remembers when he told him that young player would be the future of Fiorentina. Before continuing with that, he tells us that Federico Chiesa was loaned by them to Juventus. However, since there's a mandatory €40 million purchase clause, his transfer will surely be completed at the end of the season. Despite that, it doesn't matter, because according to his prediction, Gian will bring them much more money. In fact, he believes it will be impossible for Italy to keep him in a year, so he can't imagine how much the other leagues will want to pay. The chubby guy asks him to calm down, because the second half is about to begin. The old man says that apparently things are about to get more difficult. It seems that Cristiano Ronaldo, the superstar of Juventus, doesn't like at all losing to a 16-year-old kid. Gian says he thought his stamina wouldn't be enough, but he seems to have improved a lot lately. Fiorentina pushed their defense up a bit. In doing so, they managed to repel an attack. Gian tries to drop back to help, but a teammate scolds him, since that's not his position. Later, we see Torreira regain possession. He then passes it to Gian, who controls it and dribbles past number 14 again and immediately passes it to Vlahovic. The MC is marked by a player despite not having the ball. Even so, he easily fakes him out and shakes him off. Vlahovic prepares a shot. However, he prefers to pass it to Gian, who was running across beside him. The boy, seeing that the defender was blocking the goalkeeper's view, unleashes a powerful shot toward the lower area of the goal. However, the goalkeeper manages to block it and celebrates it like never before. Vlahovic congratulates the MC on the good shot. He also explains that a striker can't score every time, but he must not stop trying. Next, we see the goalkeeper block a shot from Vlahovic. Despite that, everyone feels motivated, because if that one didn't go in, the next one will. A few minutes later, during a cross, the commander and Milenkovic clash heads. The commander was the one who received the warning from the referee. The guys worry about their friend. However, he says he's perfectly fine. A little blood is nothing, but the referee asks him to step off and return once the bleeding has stopped. The assistant comments that it's just a small cut. Vincenzo says it's worrying. He's the core of the defense in that match, and losing him would be very bad. The match resumes with a clearance from Torreira. Before Saponara could control it, Paulo Dybala steals it and orders a counterattack. The defense of Fiorentina tries to contain them, but with a defender missing, it was easy for Juve to connect their passes. The last was a cross from Chiesa, and Commander Ronaldo headed it into the goal. Next, we see the most epic celebration in the world of football. Biraghi comments that those guys knew how to take advantage of the gap in the defense. Milenkovic, who had already returned, apologizes for being so weak and bleeding at a crucial moment. Having said that, he states that in the remainder of the match, he will redeem himself. Juventus, after the equalizer, maintained their offensive pressure. Gian is almost useless if they can't build up a play. He himself comments on it mentally. In addition, he realizes that with normal shots, they won't be able to score against the goalkeeper. Because of that, he considers making a play that would even deceive the goalkeeper. At one point in the match, Bonaventura recovers the ball. He then passes it to Gian. He spots Saponara in a good position. Instead of passing it, he signals to his teammates and starts the attack. The defender throws himself in to block him, but Gian uses the referee to avoid him, and it literally works. At full speed, he gives the ball to Bonaventura and moves forward. The old man sends it long to him, and Gian, from the wing, subtly lifts it to avoid the goalkeeper. The guy wonders whether it's a bad cross or a shot on goal. However, it turns out to be a precise pass to the striker, who heads it back to the center. Here, out of nowhere, a Fiorentina player appears and, with a powerful header, makes it 2-1 in favor of his team. The bald man celebrates the defender's goal a lot, because the strategy he had them practice during the week worked out spectacularly. Vlahovic congratulates Gian for the previous pass. It's incredible how he manages to kick it at that specific height and angle. It's definitely genius level. Biraghi also congratulates him, but asks him to score another goal to secure the victory once and for all, while the players of Juventus argue among themselves. The match resumes. There are only 15 minutes left until it ends. Motivated, Gian charges forward to press, not knowing how he managed to keep the ball, but he was run over by an opponent and sent to check whether the grass was still wet. The referee blew the foul, and Torreira, angry, argued with the opponent, claiming that it hurt them to be outplayed by a kid. While the others were arguing, Saponara asks Gian if he's okay. He answers yes. The argument between the two teams got more heated. The MC thought about stepping into the scuffle as well, but the veteran Saponara asked him to stay out of it. Gian questions why, but the bald man doesn't respond. Then Milenkovic shows up in the argument and asks everyone to calm down. The opposing captain tries to pull Torreira away, but he pretends to be hit in the face. As he rolls on the ground in pain, Saponara says he deserves an Oscar. The referee buys the dive and shows a red card to the Juventus player. Saponara tells Gian that's why he shouldn't have intervened. Torreira knew what he was doing. Despite being down to 10 players, Juve didn't lower their intensity. Moreover, every shot the striker took was a wake-up call and a warning that the game wasn't over yet. Gian says that team is too strong. He doesn't even want to imagine how incredible they will be with Vlahovic in their ranks. The striker asks him what he's thinking about so much, then tells him to stay focused on the match. Until the referee blows the final whistle, he can't let his guard down. Just at that moment, the ball sails over them. The winger Chiesa receives it and runs at full speed down the wing. When he sends in the cross, Captain Biraghi gets in the way, causing it to come off slightly off target. Despite that, the striker jumps and, with a spectacular bicycle kick, manages to connect a shot on goal. If that goes in, it's easily a Puskas. However, the bald man gets in the way and manages to clear the ball. After hanging in the air for a moment, it drops right at Gian's feet. With just one glance, he spots the gaps in the opposing defense and, without thinking, charges into the attack at full speed. With 2 minutes left in the match, he easily dribbles past number 14. Then he's pressured by two midfielders, and seeing that he can't beat them physically, he suddenly stops and changes direction. Despite shaking one of them off, he's still marked by two defenders. Without thinking, Gian plays a self-pass that he deflects with his own foot and manages to evade his opponents. With that, he's left one-on-one with the goalkeeper, who tries to narrow his shooting angle. However, the MC sets it up toward the left side of the goal, completely deceiving him. He doesn't really know what the hell he just did, but all his teammates are running toward him because he scored the goal that put them 2 goals ahead of their opponent. The referee ends the match. Fiorentina had risen above Juventus with a 3-1 score. The old man from earlier calls someone to make some changes, and the person he calls questions why he needs that. The old man replies that it's because they have to change their winter transfer target. In the locker room, everyone looks quite upbeat about the victory. Bonaventura tells everyone they should celebrate that night. Saponara asks Gian to join them just this once. He refuses, saying he's on a call. Bonaventura takes the phone from him and greets Kim Yi-woo in a familiar way. A little later, the MC apologizes to the girl, who looks somewhat traumatized. Then she asks him what he has in his hands. The MC replies that it's Paulo Dybala's jersey. He had swapped it after the match. Excited, she tells Gian that he has to give her that shirt as a gift when he returns home. He doesn't look very happy about it. Later, we see him telling Biraghi what happened. The captain doesn't see the problem. However, the MC says it's strange that, even though their opponent lost to them, she's asking him for Paulo Dybala's jersey. Did she fall for him because he's handsome? The captain, somewhat annoyed, asks the assistant coach if they still have time before the flight. He replies that they have half a day. With that in mind, the captain tells Gian to get ready because they're going out for a walk. A few minutes later, we see them in a store in undercover mode. Biraghi explains that it's so people won't recognize them, since he doesn't know how they'll react when they see the ones who destroyed them on the field. While the MC thinks about how exciting the match was, the captain picks out all kinds of things to take with him. He says that even if he doesn't have much time, he doesn't lack money. Gian doesn't know what to say. Then he comments that paying so much for gifts is crazy. His salary, compared to the captain's, is nothing. Biraghi asks him if he's jealous. If so, he shouldn't be, because in a year or more, he'll manage to earn much more than him. He hopes that when that moment comes, he won't forget him, then he tells them to follow him. That's because they're going to pick out things for his girlfriend. The MC denies that Kim is his girlfriend, but Biraghi doesn't care. As Biraghi walks around the store, Gian says there are things he could never afford. Then he notices some coats affordable for his budget. But there he realizes that they're two men trying to buy something for a girl. It's impossible for that to end well. Then the captain interrupts him. Next, he shows him a beautiful jacket. The MC doesn't know what to say. Biraghi asks him if he didn't like it. The boy replies that it was the complete opposite. Literally, it's something that would suit Kim Yi-woo perfectly. The captain teases him, saying that apparently he does pay attention to how his girlfriend dresses. With that clear, he then decides that he will pay for whatever he wants to give her. Jian quickly tries to refuse, but Baragi doesn't allow it because that is his way of thanking him for the great victory he gave them today. Jian has no choice but to thank him and comments that when he grows up, he wants to be a great person like his captain. As they pay, the old man says that after the next match they will rest for 2 weeks. The truth is, he is worried because they might take away their 2 best players. The boy asks him to repeat what he said. The captain refuses and tells him he should take his girlfriend on a trip. At the same time, an important meeting is taking place in the club offices. The president confirms Chies's departure and comments that something happened with Vlahovic's case. He first states that they did everything to keep him, but it wasn't possible. Another executive says they must try to get the best price before he leaves for free. The president comments that they already have a good offer. They were waiting for more, but no others have arrived. However, there is a completely different offer. Juventus is willing to pay the same price they are paying for Vlahovic, but this time for Jian. That news pleased the executives. However, the president is not convinced at all. When the others were planning to let the boy go, the president slammed the table and said that Jian was not for sale. The others do not understand his position. If they sell him, they would literally be making a huge profit from a mere prospect. The president states that Jian is the future of the club. That boy has the potential to be a world-class player. They could receive good money by selling him now, but if they keep him and sell him when he stands out on international stages, for example the Champions League, the price they could sell him for would surely be many times better. If you don't agree with me, you should fire me right now. The other executives agree with him. However, they don't believe that without Vlahovic, the team will be capable of qualifying for the European competitions. Later, we see the president return home. He says it was a somewhat difficult meeting. This time, he managed to convince the top officials of Jian's importance. However, it is undeniable that sooner or later, that boy will end up at the team that pays the most. At training after the match, the protagonist mentally says he feels very good about the victory against Juventus. The assistant coach asks them to play to practice a strategy. While they were doing so, the captain delivered a good pass to Jian, but he couldn't control it. Although he apologized to the captain, he couldn't deny how distracted he was by thinking about what he will do on the upcoming vacation. Because of this action, he was not called up as a starter in the last match of the half of the season. Although Fiorentina was winning it 2-0, the protagonist couldn't stop questioning why he hasn't been able to focus. At first, he tries to blame the fatigue from the previous match. However, seeing Saponara giving his all in the game, he realized that was a very mediocre excuse. What really made the difference between them was the professional mindset. While he still hasn't gotten over the victory against Juventus, his teammates already have the upcoming matches as their objective. Understanding that made him feel completely ashamed. Then, he stands up while repeating to himself that he will never take his job lightly again. With some fear, he approaches the coach. What he says is not shown to us, but it is enough for Vincenzo to stop the game and sub him in with only 10 minutes left in the match. The assistant asks Vincenzo what the young man had said. He states that it's not important. He simply wants to participate a bit in the game. From the moment he comes on, we see the change in Jian's attitude as he manages with effort to stop a dangerous attack from the opponent. Afterward, the match ends with his team's victory. While they celebrate, the old man comments that he hopes everyone enjoys the 2 weeks of vacation coming up, and he also wants to see how Jian's play develops in the next part of the season. A few days later, we see Coach Luca welcome Jian and his friend. He thanks him for the kindness, his father does as well, and apologizes for bothering him even during vacation. The coach says it's no trouble, and even comments that Tony is eagerly waiting for them. As they walk to the place where they will spend the 2 weeks, the coach informs Jian that he has another student who will help motivate him in the special training. When they arrive, he will see who it is, and will have the pleasure of greeting him. After a few minutes, they arrive at Coach Tony's villa. It's clear the guy earns well. The protagonist is welcomed by Gino, his friend from the youth team, who is currently on loan at Palermo FC. Jian asks him what he's doing there. He replies that he's training, just like Jian will be. Then he calls him a genius and congratulates him on how well he's doing in the first team. The protagonist, as always, denies being special. Then Tony comes on stage. After welcoming the guy, he asks him to get ready. While they are changing, Gino tells Jiang how he has been doing and the achievements he has made. Jiang congratulates him, but understands that not everyone has the same opportunities as him. What does he mean? Honestly, I don't know. Then Coach Luca calls them over and immediately has them run on the sand. Luca questions Tony about why he also has to run, to which the old man responds by completely ignoring him. From that moment on, the routine they followed was strict, but he also enjoyed the holidays alongside his friend and his father. Before he knew it, the weeks had passed and he had to say goodbye to Gino. As the coaches walked away, the protagonist called out to them and immediately bowed, thanking them for everything. A few days later, we see Gian arrive at the team's training center. Biragi welcomes him kindly, however he grabs his legs to check if he is improved at all. At that moment Vincenzo arrives, asking them to gather on the field. As Gian walks, he wonders whether the training will have helped him in any way. For now, he says the veteran's behavior remains the same. However, he had forgotten that someone was missing, and seeing the signs cursing him and calling him a traitor took him by surprise. The captain explains that this is something normal. Public opinion always changes depending on your actions. Vlahovic was the ace of our team and left for the rival team. It's normal that our people are angry, but it's time for you to be the new ace of Fiorentina, Li Jian. Without giving it much more thought, the days pass until the first match day of the second half of the league. The opponent ahead of them is Empoli. The captain asks everyone to stay focused. The fans are currently angry with the club for letting their star striker go. They must prove that their attack is still strong and that they can remain at the top of the league as they have so far. Then, he asks Jan if he knows what it means to be at the top of the league. The boy answers that it allows them to earn the right to participate in the UEFA Champions League next season. Biragi agrees with him. Then he asks them what they would feel as fans, seeing their team close to achieving that and selling their star at such a crucial moment. Saponara tells him it would feel like they were being betrayed. The captain agrees. That's why they must show the fans in that match that they can keep dreaming of greatness. Having said that, he points at Gian and tells him to give his all on the field. Once they are on the pitch, Gian comments that things are worse than he imagined. Although he understands the fans, he also slightly feels that Vlahovic betrayed them by going to a direct rival. He understands that everyone has their circumstances, but as rivals, he will crush him if necessary. I like that Gian has evolved quite a bit. On another occasion, he would be crying under the pressure, but it seems he is now more mentally prepared. The match begins. The assistant coach worries about the hostile atmosphere in the stadium because the crowd is yelling all sorts of things at them as the management. The bald man grabs his head and tells him to focus on what matters. For now, the only thing he should be thinking about is devising a tactic that manages to integrate Gian as a key piece of the team and nothing else. Speaking of the MC, he is advancing with the ball at his feet. Two opponents close him down, and without hesitation, he sends a long pass to Callejon. After doing so, he bursts forward at full speed, with the intention of making himself available to receive it again. A rival defender steps in front of the winger. With a run down the flank, he manages to get past him. Another one slides in to block the cross. However, Callejon had made a short pass back, and the MC appeared to receive it. Despite there being many in the way, Gian set up for a shot, but it was only a feint, and he ended up slipping it across to Saponara, who was moving into the opponent's box and easily scored the first goal of the match. The bald man thanks Gian for the gift. To himself, he comments that apparently everyone is in very good form, and that's why the plays are working. The assistant celebrates the goal euphorically. However, Vincenzo tells him to calm down. He doesn't know why, but Gian is not performing at 100% of what he can. At that moment, something passes in front of them. It's the MC who is leading another attack. Even the assistant wonders how that was possible if they were celebrating the goal just moments ago. Gian says he feels faster than usual. However, he doesn't give it much importance and passes the ball. Bonaventura pauses the play for a moment, then sends a long pass forward to Saponara. He thought they had already lost possession, but Gian sprinted at full speed after the ball. He doesn't understand why he's doing it. However, he feels he can manage to keep it. The defender who was racing against him thinks how impossible it is to lose in speed against that kid. He hadn't even finished thinking it when Gian was already going past him on the side. Incredibly, he managed to beat him. Then he blasted the ball, and the goalkeeper didn't even manage to see it. With that, Fiorentina went 2 goals ahead. From that moment on, nothing else happened, and the match ended 2-0. Before he can enter the locker room, the boy is intercepted by a journalist. She congratulates him at first, then asks how they see themselves heading into the second half of the season. Gian doesn't know what to say. The girl asks him what he thinks about his teammate Vlahovic's transfer. At that, the MC tries to say that everyone has their reasons for making decisions. However, the fans begin to boo him and demand to know if he will abandon them as well. Under pressure, the MC says that what he meant was that by the end of the season, he wants to be in a higher place than Juventus in the standings. Those words silenced the entire stadium. Almost an hour later, the chubby guy with glasses bursts into the president's office in alarm. The man asks what has him so worked up. The assistant shows him the interview. It surprises the man, but seemingly in a good way. The fact that Gian threw out such a heavy statement was incredible. Then he asks the guy with glasses where the next match will be. When he answers that it will be in Naples, the director orders all the executives to be gathered to take advantage of the excitement Gian has stirred among the fans. Once he is alone, the president says he will turn Gian into the hero the fans need at this moment. Going back a few minutes in time, after the silence from the fans, everyone began to shout Gian's name and congratulate him for having so much confidence. At that moment, the MC didn't understand what he had caused, but when he got home, the girl, after seeing everything on the internet, puts it into context for him. She tells Gian that he caused incredible chaos with his statements. Apparently, he is now so famous that he should even be careful about being seen with her. Gian asks her to stop bothering him, saying he only said normal things and that the reaction of the people is just an exaggeration. Kim Yi-woo tells him that now, for being a talker, he will have to prove that his words weren't just that in the next match, which put a lot of pressure on him and made him start questioning what he should do. Yi-woo, with a sweet smile, tells him that he just has to play like he always does. He is a genius. He must not forget it. Hearing her, Gian forgot about the pressure. He immediately stood up and declared that, as a genius, he wouldn't let anyone beat him. Seeing him so determined, Kim blushed. Then she asked him not to boast so much about his genius. Time passed, and the day of the match against Napoli's arrived. In the locker room, everyone was teasing about something. It was a poster of the MC that said he is the hero of Fiorentina. Gian, feeling a bit uncomfortable, says that he has nothing to do with it. Saponara comments that it's surely a plan by the management to continue the narrative that with him, they will surpass Juventus. Something he would love is to see that photo on a big poster. Gian, blushing, says that if that happens, he will leave the club. At that moment, the coach arrives. He explains that the opponent is third in the league, and if they beat them today, they will take a big step toward continuing to fight for the top spots. Additionally, today, they have the responsibility of turning Gian's interview into reality. Then, everyone shouts, "Forza Viola!" and we cut to an aerial view of the stadium. The forward Osimhen sets the ball in motion, and the team formations are quite different. Torreira asks the defenders to stay alert on the flank. Shortly after, one of them manages to deflect a cross. Despite how poorly it was going, the forward anticipated it and gave them the first scare. Gian comments that things are looking difficult. That forward is in good form and is a problem. Another Napoli play develops down the flank. With no one able to do anything, they send in a cross, and the forward Osimhen manages to score the first goal of the match. The worst part is that only 5 minutes have passed. The captain tries to encourage them. They can still turn the situation around. Despite Baragi's words, the situation doesn't improve. Napoli has possession and is applying a lot of pressure. The coach, worried, thinks to himself that they need a play to break the opponent's flow. Gian thinks the same, but he doesn't see how they could do it. Then Milenkovic manages to block an attack, the ball comes into his control, and without hesitation, he sends a long pass to Gian. The MC controls it with his chest. He could easily wait for the team to move up to build a play together, but that wouldn't break the flow of the game, so he sprints at full speed with the intention of making an individual play. Both the fans and the coaches cheer him on. Using only his speed, he manages to get past 2 opponents. A third one dives to intercept as the ball goes past him. However, Gian pushes himself harder and reaches it. He then sets up the shot and epically scores to tie the game against Napoli. That's all for today. If you enjoyed it, leave me a like, a comment, and subscribe so YouTube can notify you when I upload the continuation.